Hello everyone, how are we doing today? Hello Seregno, I like how when you say it like that, it sounds like I'm in trouble. You never seen someone get excited over ads before? Well done. You did it, Demu. You figured it out. Everyone, I'm getting full named by everyone today. Do you want to play a game? It is giving Jigsaw. Kiri with the first. I'm so sorry, Jam. You tried. You tried. How is everyone today? I need you to know Geen Bean is here. Mr. Geen Bean. Or Guinea, according to the open captions there. But yes, Mr. Geen Bean. He is with us. I gave him a little bit of extra sewing so that he can hang off of my mic. Look at him go. Yes! Be free, my children. He's hopping around the chat because he's a little frog. You'll be here for the micro crochet this time. Let's go, Trill. Actual army. Oh my goodness. You're making another frog child? I really want to make more. My god. I can't wait until I have just the ability to go fucking crazy. Mermaid with the 15 stream streak. Well done. Well done. Need to make a Geen Bean now too? Hang on, I'll get the pattern for you. Please lose with love and kindness. Wow. Trill with the 3 stream streak. That's right, you are winning. You are. Very well done. You know, and Seregno with a 3 stream streak. You know, I can't keep a streak to save my life, so 3 streams in a row is nothing to sneeze at. You'll be lurking because you're going places? Well, if anybody misses it, there will certainly be pictures of the Junimo in the chat. Slowly getting used to the Jack stream routine, the routine that doesn't change. Are you doing something tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow is dramatic reading in the Discord. Alright. Y'all ready to get going? Hi, everyone. Yeah, can't miss it this time. If you did miss it last time, I did post the readings from last time in the announcements channel, so. First 11 chapters. You're waving, but I can't see it. You gotta use the follower emotes for the wave. Alright, since that, can I have 2 predictions at once? No. Okay. Well, I'll get the second prediction going as soon as I get this first guess in. How about that? Alright. Maybe this is like all part of my training too, and someday I'll be able to actually play the fishing game because I did so much Pufferdle. We need a Geen Bean wave. That's a pretty good idea. Just an entire series of Geen Bean emotes, actually. I'll have to do a little mini photo shoot with him. Stop motion animation, oh my god. If somebody wants to volunteer and to do that for me, I will send you a Geen Bean. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna go with largemouth bass. You want to do it? You love volunteering to do things? Okay. DM me. Well, it wasn't that, so... Enjoy your points. Let me get the next prediction going as well. Okay, let's see here. So it is not an any season fish. It is an any weather fish, just not found in the lake. Is probably found at any time, but that's not a guarantee. It's not found in the lake. It is found in any weather. Maybe I'll try a bream? No. Okay, I'm throwing. It is not found in the town or the forest either, so let's go with an ocean fish. Okay, ocean is partially correct. It is not found at any time. Spring and fall is partially correct. So spring... Oh, I should have paid attention to that. The fact that it's not an any season fish. Okay, spring and fall is partially correct. Why should be a fucking sea cucumber again? Okay. Ocean is partially correct. Sardine? At this point, well, it could be... It could not be a tuna. The seasons are not right. It's not a sea cucumber. I was like, there's no way it's 2 days in a row. So it's not fall. It's a spring something. Spring and maybe something else fish that is found in the ocean. And it's gotta be like ocean and ginger ocean, right? Faye, thank you for the bit. Flounder? I suppose it could be. Okay. That was a pretty easy flounder, I guess. There we go. Trust my crop knowledge more than my fish knowledge. That's probably wise. Had to refresh because it was still showing you the offline screen. Yeah, it'll do that. Okay, let's see here. How's the prediction doing? You'll have a little bit longer. Probably could have done a shorter amount of time on that one. But, you know... Coworker sugar dropped really low and then she gave herself a panic attack about it? Oh no. I said, but can I end it now? No, I cannot. Okay, it's not that much longer. Alright, y'all want to hang out for like 60 seconds? Oh, did you squish him? Phoenix, did you squish Green Bean? Oh my god, you like can't even see him. That is so funny. Black Cat and Jam being the only two who voted no. You know Black Cat is just trying to give everybody points. Gave her packets of pure sugar to eat, so she's leveling out. That's good. That's good. I know that blood sugar dropping can be... I mean, it seems like such a simple little thing, but it can be a very dramatic impact for sure. Making Geen Bean a friend. Alright, predictions locked. Y'all ready for Stardoodle? Should I open with a pumpkin again, maybe? This one's interesting because it's like, what is your strategy? Where are you going to start from? A green... You know what? In honor of Geen Bean. Guys, I'm a little scared. What the fuck? I need... Come on. Give me Geen Bean. Geen Bean, please. That's right. Geen Beans out. Get your Geen Beans out. Hit him! Look at what you've done to my boy! Let me actually get in this room, too. Hang on, is there a, We need a frog. Where's my guy? Where's my little guy? Oh my god. Still in the mountains? Thanks for hanging out, Odd. You know what? That was the right time to come in because holy shit. Kiri, thank you for clipping that. Oh my god. I'm in shock. Geen Bean, did you see that? Birds. Do you see this? Cause a Geen Bean. Anyway. Shall we make a junimo? A sibling for Geen Bean. Okay. Ugh. All hail Geen Bean! Oh my god. Okay, what color would y'all like to make the junimo? We could make it green again to go with Bean Bean. Or we could do pink. We could do red. We could do literally any color. I have all the colors of the rainbow. Green. Y'all want green? Green for Bean Bean? Y'all will be pleased to know. You want to vote? Oh, you need... I'm sorry. I was so shocked I forgot to do the points. Thank you for reminding me. Are you gonna run out of green? I'm definitely not gonna run out of green. Also, last night I put in an order from Premier Yarns, so I got a couple more colors for the granny squares. So I re-upped on the canary yellow, and I also got a royal blue and a cream for Kiri. And then I also ordered yarn for next week, so hopefully it gets here in time. And I got a green super chunky in the same kind of yarn that we're using for the granny squares. And I got 3 of them. So I figure for to make an extra huge junimo next week, I can do all 3 together, all 3 strands together. So I can make a little green junimo and a big green junimo. A Junim from Stardew Valley. Yeah, indeed. Okay, but I can run a poll, though. I can run a poll. Let's do a poll for color. And while we're voting on that, I can do unboxing, actually, because I got a package right before stream. Okay, green, pink. I'm assuming yellow for Black Cat. Black Cat's gonna want yellow. Any other colors I should put on here? Purple? Should have known. Let's do a blue as well. Green, pink, yellow, purple, blue. Okay. So if you want to vote, that's happening on Twitch. Alright. Unboxing. So I got my 1, 2, 3 stitch order. First of many. Oh, Molly, welcome in. Yeah. Absolutely. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you for letting me know. Favorite. Did you see my humble submission? Giant Bean Bean? It's a good idea. I was thinking about Giant Bean Bean as well. Yes. There will be many siblings for Bean Bean. But I definitely also want to do a Giant Junimo, so... That's right, Sir Oregano. It's you! So yeah, you can see how close I am to being out of this cone for the bracelets. So I got another cone for bracelets. Stick that up there. And then, more colors. Where is the voting? The poll should be, it should be at the top of the, you might want to refresh. It should be there. It's all nice and warm. Here you go, here you go. You guys were asking about this. Here's the 666 for you. It's a very good red. So yes, I should have all of the colors I need now to make the rest of the bracelets. 666 Junimo? Oh my god. Maybe I can do that in the future, make him little horns. You can watch today. Welcome in, Wind Dancer. How are you doing? So this order was only about, I think $80 because there was a cone in there. Cones are like $27 or something like that. So not as impressive as it could have been, certainly. Yeah, Little red junimo with horns, I think, exactly. Put a pic of your cat in the Discord, because we deserve to see him right now. Fully repenting and crafting. Oh my god, Trill. The petting the Geen Bean. That's phenomenal. Okay. Okay. Oh, Glowworm, your kitty is so cute. What a sweetie. Look at that little chin, too. Okay. Well, I'm obsessed with that. Okay, how are we doing on this poll? Almost done. Definitely looks like pink is gonna be the winner, but, you know? Purple could steal the show, yeah. Oh, another vote for pink, okay. Any last minute, tipping the scale? Practically need a countdown for this. Let me see. Can I have another vote? Are you my favorite? Only my favorite can have another vote. Soregano, would you like another vote? Yes. What can I do for you, Soregano, since you're my favorite? Y'all should have planned better. What can I say? Alright, we got pink as the winner with 6 votes. I want yellow? Well, you should have redeemed favorite. But the blush won't show on pink? I have so many shades of pink. Yeah, either we do a darker pink and a light pink blush, or a light pink junimo and a darker blush. Exactly. Like, look at how much pink I have. I know some of these are more like, you know, magenta purpley, but I still count that as being in the pink family. Okay. I mean, that's technically pink too. It's a little bit orange, but I think that is the bulk of the pink that I have. I have some like very pale, but they're again a bit more orangey, so. You wanted green too? Green for Geen Bean? Well, you know what? There will be a green one next week. For sure. Because we'll do the giant green one no matter what. One of the peachy pinks, you want 3712? You want this one? How do we feel about that? And then the little pale cheeks, I think, would show up just fine on that. I like that one for the cheeks better, for sure. We can do that. What's the biggest hook size you have? I ordered a new hook. I ordered a 12 millimeter hook. So the current biggest I have is an 8 millimeter. This is my 8 millimeter. It's pretty chunky, but it's definitely not big enough for what I want to do. So hopefully the 12 millimeter might still be a little bit too small, but I think it'll work better than this. You think this pink would be one of these pinks, the top pink for the cheeks? This one? That is cute. I think, let me turn this off so we can get a better idea of the colors here while I'm doing this. This one is a little bit orangey, I think, to go with this one. I think, let's see here. Yeah, I think these two go together the best, and then if we wanted to do 3609 instead, I think that these two would go together pretty well. You've got a 20 millimeter and it's huge. Yeah, 12 millimeter was the biggest one I could get my hands on from Premiere anyway. What do we should we vote on it? Should we do another quick vote? Combo 1 or combo 2? Now that the ad break is going and no one can see it. Adele wanted to vote, yeah, clearly. Okay, there's the 3 minutes. That's what I was looking for. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and do a poll. Let's say... So this is 1, this is 2. Maybe like this is better. Lindsay, I missed your streak there. Lindsay with a 3-stream streak, and then Renstarian with a 35 stream streak. Well done. Hi, Galaxy Wolf. How you doing? Doing pretty good. Feeling pretty powerful today after that Stardoodle win, honestly. Did you see, you saw Geen Bean yesterday, right? Our little Geen Bean. Well, I was playing Stardoodle today, and we guessed Green Bean for our first guess in honor of Mr. Geen Bean, and, that was indeed the answer. Show us the Geen Bean. Hang on. I'm gonna have to fuck up my camera for this, but that's fine. This is where he lives now. He's the best. I need siblings for Geen Bean. I must make more. And the great thing is that, like, with all of these options for colors, like, I could make him a sibling in every color. It's truly fantastic. You know, I fear that I have the micro-crochet bug now. I feel it's happened. You need to do a Frog and Toad? I agree. I fucking love Frog and Toad. Okay. Poll is almost over. Looks like combo 1 is gonna win. I think combo 1 is pretty nice. I think they're both very nice, but that color is just bewitching. Alrighty, let's get into it. Let me see if I can find my hook from yesterday. That's not it. was the Susan Bates 12. There we go. Fell all the way down to the bottom, naturally. Somehow. Did you get any micro crochet stuff in your order? I did not. I mean, I don't really know. What would I get? Oh, well, I guess a magnifier, but I was ordering specifically from Premier Yarns, and I don't know if they have that. Where would y'all recommend getting a magnifier of some kind? Tiny hooks and stitch markers. I did get stitch markers. I don't know if they would be good for micro crochet though. I think that, I forget who said it yesterday, but just using a piece of different colored thread for micro crochet is probably the way to go, because even stitch markers are so bulky. I have plenty of tiny hooks. Just making a mess, it's fine. I feel like I'm in too deep to quit now. There we go. Hehe. All worked out. All according to plan. All right. So, oh shit. I don't have a link for the Junimo pattern that I'm using because I downloaded a PDF. Let me see if I can find it really quick. There it is. It is free, but it's just not on the website. You download it. So here is the Junimo pattern that I'll be using today. I'll put it on YouTube as well. Okay. All right. Let me pin that. Can't do that from there. I love having the multi-chat feature, but it is a little bit clunky sometimes. Alright, it wants me to start with a magic ring. I don't think that's happening. I don't know where you could get a magnifier. Your mom has a cool one that clips to her table that has a light and a magnifier. I'm sure I can find one. Sorry, I gotta readjust now since I moved this earlier. Okay. She uses it to do her nails. That's a good idea. That's the kind of thing. I'll look around and see if I can find like good options from, you know, anywhere else, but that's the kind of thing that if I really had to, I could just get it from Amazon. I really try not to do that, but some stuff is just really hard to find online otherwise. Hi May, welcome in. You got a thing at Michael's a few years ago that's a stiff bendy arm with a magnifier on one end and a light and a battery pack on the other? Oh, okay. I will definitely look for that at Michael's then. I just wasn't thinking about it last night. Alright, let's see if I can do It says to start with a magic ring. I don't really want to start with a magic ring, so I'm going to see if I can pull off doing this into a slip stitch. Like I normally do. I think I can do magic ring for the jumbo. I was kind of testing that out last night, and I was like, oh, actually this... When I'm doing jumbo crochet, this actually seems like it works. Or macro crochet is what we're calling it. I was like, this seems like this works really well, but not convinced I want to do that for micro. Getting started is always the hard part. 2. 3. 4. 5. And 6. You downloaded it too? You're gonna make one with me? Hell yeah. Yeah, it looks like it should be pretty simple. An army of junimos to go with the Geen Bean. Okay, Geen Bean riding a junimo though. Oh, you know what? Let me not assume. Let me check and see if this has worked in a spiral. Is it not gonna tell me again? Let me see if I can tell from the pictures. It doesn't say, and it's not like with the leggy frog where, you know, I'm gonna work in the round. I don't want to work in a spiral today because then I have to count. And I hate counting. If it was written after 2023, it's not telling me to like join and stuff. So if it doesn't say slip stitch as a spiral, but I don't want to do that, so I'm gonna work in the round instead. I don't care if it has a seam. Snailbud in green, you got it, Phoenix. He's pretty freaking cute, isn't he? He's reading a book. Worst scenario, you just adjust limb placements. Well, that's the thing, is that for this one, limbs go on afterward. So the body is just an orb, so it shouldn't affect anything about the construction other than there might be some slight seaming visible. Which usually, if you do a reverse join, then that's not even really noticeable, but that's just pretty hard to do on the first row, so. See the different places? Yes. So, if you want to be in this, in the bed, so there's bedroom, train, or garden. So we'll start with that. Soon there will be a library. I'm very excited for that. You want garden? Okay. And then in the garden, We can either be in the gazebo, the garden, or the greenhouse. So here, here, or here. Oh, you can't see my mouse. Foreground, middle ground, or background. Greenhouse. We could be painting, watering, writing, repotting, experimenting, or typing. Hi, Nickel. Welcome in. Nickel, I got Stardoodle on the first guess because we guessed Green Bean today in honor of Mr. Green Bean, and I got it right. Experiment? Yeah, experiment's cool. I love how he's still reading his book. Okay. Alright, and then round 2, we're just gonna do another 6 single crochets. He's giving you instructions. He's so good at it too. He's telling me how to crochet a junimo. You should update location 1. Yeah, if you want to put that in the suggestion box for me, that'll help me remember to do it. I feel like we don't use that one as much, so I have not thought about that in quite a while. Hi, Shy, or is this little bug I'm talking to right now? Little Ford giving dopamine. They're so sweet. It's like, let me get a hit of that green bean. How was Pufferdle? I mean, I didn't get it in one, but we got there eventually. It was, what was it again? It was a flounder. Okay, that should be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oof, this is gonna be tricky. Okay, and then... Oh my god, it was not 6, it was 6 increases. That makes more sense. I need to read. Where's my meme at? That's so tiny, how could you see? Well, clearly I can't. Yeah, it's gonna be a micro-crochet junimo. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Shy. Oh my god. The beginning is the hardest part because that is when it's the hardest to see what's going on. Oh. Thank you, Zephyr. Thank you. Yep. My brain just auto-filled 6 single crochet and I was like, that's interesting. It's not, because it wasn't. It was 6 increases and I should have known better. Yeah, isn't this shirt the best? This was a thrift store find. Can you believe it? Look at it. And it's like not even a kid's t-shirt. Like it's like an adult t-shirt. Jojo Thiwa once said you should have known better. Karma's a bitch. I should have known better. If I had a wish, I would have never messed around. Or whatever. You ever hate a song so much that it's stuck in your head for the rest of your life? Iconically hateable, yeah. Also, can we talk about... Okay. I hate that I have an opinion about this. She wants babies now? I know. She was so proud of the dance that she did in that song, but she kept showcasing, like, the really awkward one that I don't even think it looked good in the video. But then, for the first time that the chorus happens, if you watch the music video, she does another dance, because, like, initially it's, like, she starts out and she's more of, like, this good girl character, and then she, like, gets, I don't know, corrupted or something during the course of the video, and, like, she's a bad girl now. But so the first chorus, she does this dance that's more of, like, a cheerleader-y dance. It's, like, a different dance, and it's so much better. I'm like, why is that not the one that we're highlighting? Rebecca Black is so iconic, though. I like how they've truly gone in the exact opposite directions. How many times do you think that poor lady has heard people sing Friday at her? I mean, I think that she's really made the best of it, you know? I've seen other people copy her dance, but they do it so well no one has even noticed it was from her. One did it on stage during a theater performance. Hot take. I think that it's just not a very good dance. I've seen so many people argue that, like, it's just her, the choreography is actually really good. I disagree. I've seen people do the dance with better dancing ability, and I still think it looks bad. I just don't think it's a good looking dance. It's like that one guy, the guy who does the choreography for Cat's Eye, that's just, like, always fucking doing stuff. I don't like his choreography either. And I think somebody pointed out, the way that so many choreographers are doing things right now, you're dancing on the lyrics instead of dancing on the beat, and it's like, yeah, that is the problem, and I've hated that for a long time. I hate seeing that guy everywhere. I know, he's, like, creepy. He be at the grocery store doing the most. Can we also, like, denormalize doing that shit in the grocery store, please? Like, some people just want to get their fucking groceries. Facial expressions in dance are important, but he's doing too much. It's like the facial expressions, it's the movements, it's the fact that, like, somebody made a really good point that they felt like his dancing was just minstrelsy, where, and I think that this take, I think, encapsulates so much, because, like, people often try to sort of describe, like, the way that people speak or behave as, like, appropriative of Black culture, but that's not quite right, because it's still very much leaning into this Black stereotype. So it's kind of, there's something a little bit problematic with saying, like, oh, you're just copying out how Black people talk, because it's like, well, no, not all Black people talk that way. So saying that it's like this minstrelsy, this sort of, like, exaggerated character of, like, caricature of what people think of when they think of Black people, just feels so much more accurate. And it's like, oh my god, this is what I'm seeing so many people do. It's like this fucking minstrelsy behavior. And that's, like, that guy to a T. That's, like, what he's doing. It's like the choreography equivalent of just walking around and going, clock it, all the time. All right, what you got for us, Zephyr? Let me see here. Oh, this fucking guy! Yes! Hang on. I have seen this. It's mesmerizing. Okay, this is the only guy who's allowed to dance in the grocery store. Is it still annoying? Yes. But at least I'm not worried that he's going to accidentally clock somebody in the face, you know? Some of these people are just jumping around so much and, like, being so aggressive with their movements, and it's like, you're making this an unsafe environment for other people. He's just doing vampire shit. He's smooth with it, exactly. I don't feel like anybody is in danger right now, so he can stay. Okay, round 2. Also, he's not touching the food. Yeah, it's kind of that's a big one too. He's also in England, so yeah, well, England deserves it, it's true. Okay, we're gonna do increases this time. Oh, did y'all see that there's gonna be a Resident Evil movie? A new Resident Evil movie? I think Lifeless was saying it's not from Capcom, but it does look very fun still. I think it's from the guy who did Weapons. Which I have not seen yet, but I would like to. Oh my god. Oh, I'm struggling. Okay, I did it. Okay, increase number 1. Not Capcom equals not canon. You know, considering everything that has been done within the Resident Evil canon, I'm not inclined to take canon too seriously. I'm gonna be honest. Chris Redfield punched a boulder into a volcano. I don't think we gotta worry about it too much. Okay? I think it is just essentially kind of a flashy way to, like, make a zombie movie and tie it to a franchise. That's probably really what's happening, because it also looks like it's going to be a pretty, like, Americanized movie, which, to be fair, Resident Evil is pretty, like, America-inspired with fucking Leon and everything, but, I think it looks fun. I wasn't mad at the other Resident Evil movie either, even though I know that it's, like, terribly not canon. Like, that movie sticks with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, one more. You've never played Resident Evil? I haven't played it. I've watched other people play it, and I think that that's pretty enjoyable. Like, it's one of those games where, just narratively, it's really fun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. So, I do in general, though, like to watch other people play games. And then it's less scary. Yeah, Essence storyline, exactly. Okay, and then we're gonna do 1 single crochet and then 1 single crochet increase for round 3 until we have 18. I think that micro crochet is the perfect example of smaller does not mean faster. Maybe give the movie a shot. Yeah, I think it's fun. I would not judge the entire Resident Evil franchise off of the movie because, like, it's probably not gonna have a lot of the actual story elements involved in it. It's probably just gonna be like, oh, we name dropped Raccoon City, there's zombies, stuff like that. But like, yeah, it may still be fun for you to watch. I also think that like video games, like watching someone else play a video game can help diffuse the tension a lot. Especially if it's somebody like, you know, Markiplier or Jacksepticeye. They're pretty funny, so. Where's my raid alert? Allegedly Barn Bunny is raiding. But where's the raid alert? Oh! There it is! It's lagged out like crazy. Okay, there it goes. It figured it out. Did y'all see that? It like popped up and then didn't do anything for a second. It figured it out. Hey Barn Bunny, welcome in. How are y'all doing today? My name is Jack, if you're just joining us for the first time. I'm a crochet artist and I am on my 2nd day of learning how to do micro crochet. Y'all, will you do me a favor and get the Geen Bean emote out so they can see what we did yesterday? How are you doing today though? What were you up to? I saw you were streaming earlier actually. I was gonna pop in for a second, but then I needed to get set up. I saw you were working on something with dried flowers, I believe. Let's see, where am I? Okay, that was an increase. Yeah, there's Geen Bean. A little leggy frog. He's here on my mic stand now. Let's see if I can. Oh, there we go, I can. Just this little guy hanging off of my mic. Oh my god, now I gotta adjust this. There we go. Push this farther out because I feel like I'm migrating so far to the top of the screen. That's what happens when you're super zoomed in. Okay. Getting started those first couple of rounds, it's pretty harrowing. It's hard to explain what you were doing. You're using Mod Podge to glue the dried flowers to clear plastic, and they'll eventually all be hanging from a stick. Okay. Okay, sounds like you have a vision. Is this like for like wall decoration kind of a thing? Wall or window? Okay, window would be cool too. Get the light coming through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I am where I thought I was. That's good. It's so small. So yeah, this is going to be a little junimo. And then next week, we're going to be doing the exact opposite. I'll be trying out macro crochet, so I'll be making a giant leggy frog and a giant junimo, most likely. Okay. And then we're going to do another round of increasing. That's pretty much all we're going to be doing for the first couple of rows, so easy peasy, basic stuff. Saw Junimo, knew this is where you had to raid. Yes, you're going to enjoy this one for sure. But feel free to raid and run if you need to, or just hang out and lurk if you need to go grab some food, whatever. And then, if you gotta dip out before I can get this done as well, we do have a Discord server and I will post few results in there. Or, you know, it could end up being another emote, we'll see. Thank you for linking the Discord. Just missed an increase row, should I rip it back? I would rip it back. It's pretty important to do it in the correct order for something like this, because otherwise it's not gonna be a perfect sphere. It's gonna give it a weird ridge. What are you making? This is gonna be a little micro crochet junimo. So it is very small at the moment, as you can barely see. Just a little pink circle so far. Be lurking and making supper? Yes, absolutely. Okay, trying to remember if I did my increases or not. Have to leave for your market in an hour? Well, I hope you have fun at your market. You're remarkably unprepared? Hey, it's an opportunity to hand out business cards if nothing else, right? You know, some people use markets as an opportunity to collect with connect with clients as well. So I hear. Yeah, only $110 and you too can meet strangers. You know what they say, you gotta spend money to make money. Joining the round is the hardest part. Yes, it is my fault for not working in a spiral, but you know what? I would have lost count so hard by now. And it's so hard to see the stitches to tell if I did an increase or not, like, I think this is the right call. Do Lulu goal is 600? No, you got this. Who would like to purchase more yarn? Yeah, that would help with the whole making things out of yarn, wouldn't it? Alright, we're gonna do 3 single crochets for every 1 increase now. I would like to be the favorite now that my backstory fic snippet, whatever the hell, is completed, and you drew an entirely ridiculous doodle for it. Well done, birds. Can definitely be the favorite. That's so impressive. Would like to politely request that we not use the term Delulu. I'm more than okay with that. No offense to anyone who likes it, but I don't know if any other millennials remember when like cray cray was the thing that everyone was saying. And I just need y'all in the Gen Z or whatever to know that when I hear that word, that's all I can think of. And it does not sound cool to me. Not great for folks who have delusions as a symptom in real life. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, no, I understand, birds. I think it's definitely a good point. You know, sanest language is pretty baked into the way a lot of us talk, myself for sure included, and it's a good reminder. Yeah, is it like delusional? Yeah. That's where it comes from. Yeah, I don't think. To your point, exactly, Flying Flocks. It's not that every time somebody says any given word that means it's wrong of them to say it or disrespectful or anything like that, but totally okay that it makes some people uncomfortable. Like for my part, I don't necessarily feel an attachment to like every word. Like I'm not about to try and reclaim the R slur or anything, but like, I have my share of mental health issues, and I do feel a certain attachment to words like crazy, because sometimes when I say things like I feel crazy right now, or when I joke about taking my crazy pill, stuff like that, it's sort of like that language I feel like is describing something that is not just like punching down, like I am talking about myself. The thing that I kind of try to avoid is like keyword try, because I definitely do not do the best about this ever, but like I try to avoid using that language to describe other people. That's kind of like how I'm thinking about it. So it's not something that I feel like I want to give up completely, but I do want to be respectful of the fact that like when I use words like that to refer to other people, then I am sort of introducing like this negative connotation to it in a different way. So yeah, I mean, and also it's totally okay to have like certain words that bother you more than others. I don't feel that you have to like justify that necessarily, in the sense that like saying this word makes me uncomfortable, can we not say it in here, is enough of a sentiment. Like I'm the one that's kind of going off on a tangent about like sanest language in general and how we should like kind of all think about that a bit more. And I'm sure some of us probably are, but it is okay to just say this word in particular makes me uncomfortable. And you can say that about any word, you don't have to have a justification. So thank you for sharing that. Yeah. Anxious in English confuses you? Wait, what'd you say, Demu? In Dutch, it's cursing with disease or genitals. Interesting. Yeah, that's another thing that's so interesting is when you start bringing like other cultural things into it. 1, 2, 3. Okay. No, absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. And it is always okay to ask questions. Like, I know some people are not receptive to that, and that's okay, but I try to definitely make this a space where, like, it is, if you don't understand something, just come to the situation with humility and readiness to learn. Totally okay to ask questions. What bugs me is when people will ask a question and then they'll try to argue about the answer that they get, and it's like, well, if you already know, then why are you asking me? And also clearly you don't know because now you're arguing with me and you're wrong. But I know that you're not going to do that. So yeah, please, if y'all have questions, you can ask me, and that goes for pretty much anything. If I need to draw a boundary, I will. I'm an adult. I can do that. So y'all are welcome to do that in here. I'm happy to talk about my being trans, my gender identity, my sexuality, all of that stuff. So my mental illness. Anxious from anxiety, it's so much more casual in English. Anxiety translates to fear disorder, which sounds way more... Oh, I mean, that's kind of true. Cutesy, silly words for highly stigmatized and demonized symptoms that can make the real symptoms seem even more scary in comparison to the memeified version of it. Yeah, I definitely get where you're coming from. Like, I think sometimes it is, like, the sanitizing of certain language that can take it from being just like a normal whatever word that you feel whatever about into something. Yeah, like I get where you're coming with that one for sure. Because like I agree, like for me when I talk about feeling crazy, I'm trying to communicate the sense of like my mind going to a place beyond my control, so I get where you're coming from. I want to know all your wrong answers. I'm sure I have wrong answers as well. It's a relief to be able to have these conversations. I'm glad. I want us to always feel like we can have these conversations, because that's the other thing too. I don't think people have enough appreciation for the fact that like when you, and I'm not saying don't have boundaries. Have boundaries. If something is uncomfortable for you, that's totally fine. Like everyone can have their reasons, but I think sometimes we don't allow people enough room for just not knowing stuff or making mistakes or just being misinformed. Like correcting people with kindness is something that I think we can all be better about, and I'm inclined to do things too, like call other people stupid. I think that's probably a big one that I shouldn't apply to other people. And again, sometimes I use the word stupid to describe how I'm feeling about myself, as sort of like this sense of feeling like my mind is altered. But I think that that's one of those ones that's like, I don't know, where that one feels a bit more egregious to me in terms of ableist language, and it's like one of those ones where it's like I don't want to stop saying it, but I probably should. Stupid is not innocent, no, because it really, it's again tying into this implication of like people who have gosh, I'm trying to think about the right way to word this. And it's also one of those things, to be clear, it's going to depend on who you ask. A lot of people would say that it is innocent. It's more of like in the context of it, because it's like most of the time the way that it's being used, it's kind of punching down at people who have mental impairments of some kind, intellectual disabilities. Yeah, exactly. So a lot of the punching down aspect is often what takes a word and turns it into something more insidious. So that's why, like, some people can say a slur and some people can't, for example. Like, think of it like that. Like, if I were to say the F slur, that's very different from, you know, a straight white dude bro that doesn't have any gay friends saying the F slur, right? It puts it in a very different context. What is the innocent way of wording? See, I don't have a good answer for you about that one. I don't know that we've really come to a good resolution on that one, and that's why it's kind of hard. Like, I think that that's a good example of really taking the context of what you're trying to say and interrogating it fully, because I think sometimes we say things like, "You're so stupid," right? What are we trying to say when we say that? Are we trying to draw that direct comparison to a person with an intellectual disability? Like, are we saying you're bad because you're like someone who acts like this, thinks like this, whatever? Are we trying to say, like, you're ignorant? Are we trying to say you're, you have bad taste? Like, it can mean a lot of different things, and I think that it's because we use it in such a, like, vague way to sort of mean, like, you are bad as a matter of comparison to this other person who we sort of categorically label as, like, being bad. That's why it's so complicated to recontextualize it in a general way. Yes, exactly. That would be a good alternative. Like, instead of saying I did something so stupid, you could say I did something so nonsensical, or like I made a silly mistake, things like that. Or silly is a good one too. I think a lot of times silly can be a good replacement. Ridiculous, cruel, nonsensical. Yes, there are so many different words, and I think, again, it's going to depend on the context of what you're trying to say, because we use that word in such a non-specific way. Wait, Birds was telling a story. One time I met a guy who said he forgot what homosexual or heterosexual meant, and I thought he was joking about how gay he was, but no, dude genuinely didn't know what the word meant. Then you spent an hour or so giving the poor guy the front to back, top to bottom of queer discourse, and your heart was racing because he asked questions multiple times in the way that someone using a dog whistle would. But you kept it calm the entire time, and best case scenario, dude just got queer education 101. Yeah, no, I think that's so hard, and, like, props to you, Birds, for doing that, because it's not an easy task. Like, we can't, you know, we shouldn't pretend that there's not a lot of labor involved in doing something like that, because there certainly is, but it's, you know, it can be very, very important to help someone who, like, we have to remember, some people aren't saying things like that to be cruel. It's just that the only people they're talking to are the ones who are using these problematic ideas and dog whistles, and who are bigots. And so if the only person who is ever willing to talk to these people who are genuinely confused about why they're seeing some people talk like this and some people talk like this, then who are they going to end up getting their education from, right? So when people are coming to you in good faith with a question, and you can also just direct them to resources instead. Tell them where to look for correct answers, right? That's also an option too, but giving those people the opportunity to safely ask questions, and just, I think if someone is, like, taking correction, that says a lot. Because if someone is coming to you and they're asking questions, you're starting to get the sense of, like, I don't think you're asking me these questions in good faith, because they're, like, pushing back on the answers, or they're kind of, like, mocking your answers, things like that. Like, those situations certainly happen, but I think that we shouldn't assume that just because someone has these questions that that's a reflection of the way that they truly do think. And also, I think that, you know, someone who is English second language, that is also really important to remember. Like, words words are not direct translations from one language to another a lot of the time. It's sort of like words that have a similar energy and a similar usage are words that we compare to each other. But like, think about how many synonyms there are for things in the English language and how often those synonyms are not interchangeable, right? Like, we have to take those things into account when we're thinking about someone who's like, they didn't grow up with English and they're not used to all of the different nuances of it. Coming from a friend group that only asks they continue the argument more, I fucking hate that shit. I hate that shit. Like, I will not play devil's advocate. Like, if somebody is having a conversation with me and they are asking me questions and I'm answering the questions and then they start going, okay, devil's advocate, I'm like, go talk to somebody else. If you don't believe in this, if you are only asking me this to play devil's advocate and not because it's something that you think, why are you fucking wasting my time? Hi, Rolling and Strolling. You came in at a very interesting time. We're having one of those big discussions that we like to have in here. When you were in school, there were these two girls who literally said heterosexual, that's a new one, and the teacher had to explain that it meant straight to them, but then followed up with, you know, like all of us. Oh, that's a big assumption. It's funny how people feeling like heterosexual is a new term, because I'm like, it's actually kind of antiquated at this point, I think, to say heterosexual instead of something like gay. Sometimes we embrace slang words. Exactly. But it's also important to remember that, like, that's something that's like, that's for people who are being described by those words to decide whether or not they're going to reclaim. That's not for like people who don't have a disability to say, right? Unless they're like inviting you, I guess. But even then, I would not say that outside of the context of that group. I think some people definitely forget that. They're like, oh, you're saying the F slur, I could say the F slur, and it's like, no, I'm saying the F slur with my F slur friends. You don't need to say it. The devil has enough advocates, truly. Every time you have a conversation like that, if even one person comes away from it kinder, it's worth every asshole who acts like it doesn't matter. I agree. And I think showing people too, because I think a lot of people, and this is the really insidious part, a lot of people have connected these ideas of like people who think this way, the way that we think, for example, right? People who think this way are unkind and they won't have conversations with you. And so they sort of start to associate like people who are gay, people who are, you know, neurodivergent, whatever, with people who are mean, right? They start to sort of equate those two things. And so I think if you come to the conversation with patience for that, it can do a lot to transform someone's mentality and show them reasons why someone might be impatient with them during a conversation like that. I think that some people just need the opportunity to like grasp that and like what is really being asked of another person when that conversation is opened up. Like, some people just need the chance to realize that, and then they'll do a lot better going forward. The amount of times you've seen good faith work when you absolutely thought it wouldn't, yeah, it can be very powerful. I remember the first time I said women. How is reading between the lines for y'all? That they think bad things of what you said, but you didn't mean that? That's it's a very tricky thing, because I think a lot of people assume that everyone communicates the same way that they do, and I don't think that's fair. Like, I think that sometimes you're gonna hear stuff and it's gonna make you go, oh, I think that they meant something beyond what they just said to me. And that stuff does happen. That's like, you know, obviously we're talking about dog whistles in here. If you don't know what a dog whistle is, by the way, so think about when you blow a dog whistle, it's a noise that's at a frequency that's higher than what humans can usually hear, but dogs can hear it, right? So a dog whistle, in reference to like basic language, is when somebody who's like part of like a white supremacist group, for example, is saying something that other white supremacists are going to be able to identify as meaning one thing, and to everyone else, they're not going to hear that same nuance. They're not going to notice, right? It's going to be at a frequency above their hearing, essentially. So sometimes that comes into play. It's that sort of reading between the lines kind of idea. And I think that you kind of just have to pay attention to people's consistency in that regard. Like, if people are doing that shit all the time, that's worth interrogating for sure. But sometimes people will very much go like, you said something that I'm gonna interpret in bad faith. You know, it's I think sometimes people are way too quick to do that kind of stuff. How's the Junimo going? We have a circle. I got very sidetracked with talking. Feel so educated now? Yes, I'm so happy we could help. We're telling our friends about some of the nuances of the English language who are maybe not English first language here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So I must be going to 30 right now. Okay. So I have 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that would get me to 28, which means I need to increase 2 more times. Okay. Water time. Thank you so much, Debu. Enjoy the Junimo. Thank you for hanging out with us, Flying Fox. Yes, go get your market. I know I've been talking so much, I probably need the water. One time you asked your ex-friend to read a leaflet on trans people and she told you to go to Bible class? Jesus Christ. I asked her to watch Our Flag Means Death, and she said only if you watch this Christian show with me. I think one of the most annoying things about people who will try to evangelize to you like that is that you're going, here, I would like to experience I would like you to experience the first queer piece of queer media, or the first piece of media that's going to introduce a different thought or concept to you. And their response is, well, here, I would like for you to experience this piece of media that talks about Jesus, because clearly you've never heard about Jesus before. And it's like, bitch, all I hear about is Jesus. I know. This is not new for me. I'm asking you to have an original thought. She took you to Pride, then got offended when you didn't want to go to a church festival? Jesus Christ. She only went to Pride to you because she wanted you to go to that church festival. That was something you heard suggested as a Mormon. If you want someone to come to church, you can go to theirs. Yeah. Constantly saying Christians were oppressed? When? How many greats do we have to add to your grandparent before we get to that point? She was fine there, but later said she hated it so much and only took you because you asked? Yeah. We all know Jesus. Yeah, literally, how are people still asking? No, for real. Like, everybody fucking knows already. Get over it. Could be one right there. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Next time somebody asks me if I've heard about Jesus, I'm gonna ask them if they've heard this JoJo Siwa song and start singing Karma's a Bitch. Did they lose him again? That's like my go-to response now every time I get a random commenting on my posts, Jesus loves you, because they love to do that. That's, for some reason, that's like the gamer bro tactic online. They'll like come onto your random posts and be like, hey, Jesus loves you, by the way. I just say, tell him no thank you. Another story? Okay, let's have it. Jesus cannot have my number, I'm sorry. Christians colonize 2 whole continents and continue to try and do so wherever they go, and then get confused when everyone's already heard of their dog shit. Okay, so another tangent. I was watching... There's this apparently iconic clip of this lady from an episode of Spouse Swap, where at the end of the show, she has this entire meltdown and she goes, but she's not a Christian, or something like that. And so I had to go watch the episode where that comes from, right? And so if you don't know what Spouse Swap is, it's basically where there's 2 families and one of the parents of the family swaps with a parent from the other family. So usually it's the wives, right? And so in this case, it was like a very Christian family from Louisiana swapping with a very sort of like spiritual, like they kept saying New Age, but they weren't really New Age, family from Boston. And so the mom from the New Age family is at the house with the Louisiana family, and the friends of the Louisiana mom come over to meet her. And they're talking to her and being the biggest bitches, by the way, which I was like, this whole episode was like, ooh, triggering my religious trauma, because like I know what this experience is like too well. But she's talking to them about how she was raised in the Unitarian Church, and they're like, so you're not a Christian? And it's like, bitch, Unitarian is a Christian church. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Like some of these people, it's like, you're both Christians and you're arguing about whether or not somebody knows who Jesus is. Anyway, let me read Zephyr's story. One time a random Christian approached you and started talking about stuff. Later, when you were telling them this, they said it was because you looked gay. Well, were they wrong? That's when you hit him with the, oh, you know what that looks like, huh? You know about that, huh? From experience, or? Well, no. Sorry, I use it as a umbrella term as well. This was after them telling you that they don't consider gay a sin, but also they do, but also they don't, but also, yeah. Well, which one is it? I think a lot of people who say stuff like that, like, they do. They do. They do think of it like that, but they know how that sounds. Felt so validated. He agreed they were weird. Yeah. No, that's weird fucking behavior. Okay, so that was row 5. Jesus Christ. Hey, Jesus. You got auto-modded for talking about your fashion choices? Wait. Let me go see. It didn't auto-mod you. Oh, are you talking about in a different circumstance? I'm like, where? In my chat? Hi, Jam. Welcome back. You gay it up on purpose? Exactly. You were in the cart with your mom? Okay. When you got green bean? Okay. How the power of Geen Bean. It's the power of Geen Bean. All hail Geen Bean. They ask me, have you met Jesus? I say, have you met Geen Bean? Am I still the favorite? Birds is the favorite. Actually, it's Birds. Your message wasn't posted due to conflicts with the channel's moderation settings? It's news to me. Weird. Sometimes it does that, but it doesn't actually push it to like my auto mod. It just like decides before it can even get there that we're not doing that. I don't know why. I would add gay as an approved word on this channel, as silly as it feels like it would be to have to do that. Like, of course we're talking about that, Twitch. Everyone on your fucking app is gay. Your message... Oh, I see. Okay. Yes, we do want to avoid saying that particular word. Yes, that is what I mean when I say the R slur, by the way. While you're the favorite, have you seen the doodle for my fanfic? Yeah, no problem, Damu. Absolutely. That's why it caught it for you, because that word is a slur. But now you know. I know that you were using it in quotes as well. I know that you were just referring to it and not... It was a non-problematic way, to be clear, for Damu to be using that word, but that is why it got caught. Stretch time. Thank you, Sorregano. Okay, I'm gonna look at the art. You leveled up your intelligence. I'm so happy that we could help with that. Is it in the side chat here? Oh my god. Sorry, I was looking at the side chat, and Trill found Jack good in real life. Are you fucking kidding me? Even as reclamation, Twitch chat is another story when it comes... Yeah, I'm like, we just don't need to even go there. Like, you can reclaim it on your own time. We don't need to be doing that on Twitch. That's fucking crazy. Okay, where is the art? Where's the art? Someone tag me in the art so I can find it. I'll stretch while you do that. You definitely gotta... I can't sort through all of that. You gotta tag me in there. I'm doing my stretches. My mandated stretches. Also general. Okay, I can go look at general. Bluey shirt! Okay, thank you for the tag. I don't follow a lot of the forum channels because I will get overwhelmed. That is so funny. Hold on. 1 second. There we go. This is the beautiful art that we're appreciating. The forums have really grown. I mean, it's great. I love it. I love that I can go find stuff when I need to, you know? But for, in general, I try to not have many things notifying me of stuff because it really overwhelms me. So I need it to be there when I want to look at it, and if I'm not trying to look at it, then make it go away. I need to go show my parents their frog grandchild. Yes. Okay, let's see. Can I get through another round before I get horribly distracted again? Okay, I'm on round 6. Not believe I'm only on round 6. This is crazy. All I've done is make a circle. 1, 2... 3, 4. And then increase. Don't forget the text context. Key, who on earth are you talking to? He held his hand up in the air, suspending the bird without touching him. Owl. So much for context. Hi, Trill. Thank you so much for the lurk over on YouTube. I appreciate that. Maybe one of these days I'll be monetized. That would be nice. Maybe once I get done with all of the bracelets and before I start on Ginger Island, I can grind out some YouTube videos. Okay, here's an increase. I feel like I just need to like only stop after I do an increase. Only look up after I do an increase so that I can remember where I am. Alright, let's see the side chat here. Oh, what a cutie. Alright, there we go. Bean Bean's brother, sibling. Wrote that line and thought of the way Link holds up items that he gets. No, that's so funny. A new baby has entered the villa. Hand covering your face. That's okay. Y'all see enough of that already. This is backstory for Jay, where he was basically crash landed at 17 years old in the Calico Desert and getting some much needed medical care. Okay. That's a fun way to have your character come into the world of Stardew Valley. One, 2, 3, 4, and increase. He is just zero fucks given his way through keeping his terrified teenager alive and also being a menace. Yeah, Mr. Key is a really fun character. You're in a tornado watch? Perfect time to make brownies? Well, I'm glad that you're taking it like a champ, Cozy. I hope that you guys stay safe. 1, 2, 3, 4, and increase. And there should be one more increase for this round. And then another round of increasing, and then after that, we get to make him more orb-like. He'll be more than just a circle after this next round. He's not gonna go to Pelican Town for another half a decade. Gotta finish cooking in Zuzu City first. Very nice. Okay, so you're kind of playing with like how the game begins, but having your character be sort of like from the valley initially. That's a fun way to do it. And it makes sense too. Made the mistake of watching a cooking show within a vegan guy showed you how to make Snickers at home. Okay. Okay. Are you gonna stuff the junimo with bread scraps? Know it. Oh, you mean from the map specifically? I could do that. You don't get tornadoes where you live? That's nice. It is scary to be in a tornado area, I know that. Oh, Jay's not the farmer. Who is Jay? Has anyone else watched the new Avatar: The Last Airbender show? Is it out? I definitely want to. I didn't know it was out yet. It's okay, we're gonna do an increase first. And then we'll do 5 and then another increase. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and increase. Oh, the second season of the live action one. I'm not really interested in the live action one, to be honest. I did not enjoy what I saw initially. He's gonna be a resident in Pelican Town by the time they get there, so it'll be a little bit different from the game canon. Oh, Lewis is gone. Interesting, that's fun. Love an alternate universe. You didn't like it? Yeah. It was fucking weird. Sorry. Everything is just so awkward in the live action. I just, in general, I really don't like live action shows because I'm like, why are we undermining the value of animation? Like, Avatar is beautiful and I don't need it to be real people in order to, it doesn't add anything to me, you know? I'm like, why are we acting like we're not still animating things using CGI, you know? Like, it's not live action because you can't actually earthbend. I love Avatar, yeah. No, I love the animated series. Just the whole trend of making everything live action really gets on my nerves in general. 2, 3, 4, 5. It is very rare that I have experienced a live action version of something where I actually felt like it being live action added anything. More often than not, it takes away from me. Gunther is going to be the mayor. Okay, Haley's going to be the librarian in transition. We love it. And Jay's going to move into Haley's old room until Emily moves in with Sandy. That's cute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You like the Pikachu live action? Detective Pikachu? I mean, at least that's its own fucking story. Like if they wanted to make a live action story in the Avatar universe with a unique storyline, sure. That feels different to me. It's just like, let's recycle the same story, leave out a bunch of plot points, and not add anything. Except for things that change the story. I don't know. I just don't like it. I also just don't like change, so... And it fucks with that when things are live action. And Morris is gone, okay. Jay didn't kill him either. I like how you're jumping to, and Jay didn't kill him. Like he doesn't actually die usually, but okay. Two. Three. Live action adaptation of the comics. Yeah, that could be cool. I mean, I would rather have the comics be animated. Like, I enjoy animation. I like to see things in animation. I don't think there's enough support for animation to begin with. And I think when we start making everything live action, we sort of undermine animation as like an art form that is already capable of standing on its own. So if we were going to get a adaptation of the comics, I would rather have it be the animated version, but I would agree that that would be a good way to utilize live action because it is cheaper. Jay is responsible for both of them being gone. I like to phrase it in ways that make people assume they're dead because it's funny to you. One, two, three. Okay, and this is 4. Then add in a little bit more floss. And 5. Then increase. One, two, three, 4. Okay, perfect. Lewis is no longer with us. And things get better because he's not embezzling. Very nice. The quarry bridge collapse happens the same year that Jay arrives while Jay's on the bridge. Okay, well, don't give too much of the plot away. Sounds very dramatic. Wish the farmer got to actually do something about Lewis in the main game. That would be cool. I can see why that's not really a thing, because, like, think about how much it changes things to deal with JojaMart, right? So that would be like a whole other huge change to make. Because, like, the game is supposed to be, you know, you can play it for as long as you want to. But it would be cool. That's what mods are for, right? What are the mods doing? Now that's what mods are for. Mods, ban them. Okay, now row 8 through 12, we're just gonna repeat. So this is row 8. Y'all pay attention. In case I forget what round I'm on. All they them's about to be banned? Oh my god, you're gonna ban me from my own stream? Why pay attention when Geen Bean? That's fair. You got me there. Wait, that's me too! The stream just ends. Yeah, if you missed it, Stardoodle was Green Bean today, and we got it in 1 because we believed in Geen Bean. Did you finish your micro-frog? Yes, that is the Geen Bean of which I speak. He hangs from my mic now. Sorry, I had to replace it with the pattern. It's there in the clips, you can find it. Or put it in the side chat, you know? Yes, he's such a cute little guy. I really need more of him. A 1,000 little frogs, stat. It's 4 p.m. already? 5 p.m. for me. Took me 2 hours to make a freaking circle, can you believe? For no reason in particular, everyone remember to eat and drink water. What an interesting thing to say out of nowhere. Only 3 p.m. for me, losers? Oh my god. 11 p.m. for you? It's so crazy how different the time can be for so many people in here. You're so random, Scarlet. Oh my god. It's 2 and you're eating your lunch at work? Hi, silly goose. 10 p.m., 11 p.m. Can really tell that there's an ocean between us. Any Australians? There is, oh, well, Flying Fox was here earlier, but they went off to a market. Yeah, pretty sure Flying Fox is in Australia. Debating eating your first of the day meal, then going to the library until they close? That sounds fun. Definitely do the first thing, for sure. This guy's gonna be bigger than Geen Bean, isn't that crazy? bringing the gremlin energy today. Yeah, I know, right? That was me last night after stream. I was like, oh good. There's a microwave meal that I can make use of in here. Just looked at your notes app and found the most amazing thing. Did you leave a present for yourself? You call it jelly. Oh my god. Actually, we call it jam. Not the lights flickering. Someone covered the entire Hamilton play with a kazoo. That's incredible. Stop misgendering me! Oh shit! Forgot to buy your usual breakfast for tomorrow? Uh-oh. I'm so sorry, man. I hate that. That would stress me out, too. Time to make a new plan in advance so that you don't wake up tomorrow and just freeze. Thank you so much for sharing. If you want to put that in the side chat, I'll watch it after stream. So that I don't get copyright claimed. You call cookies biscuits? Yeah. Get 'em. Not all of them. It's true. They do. Yeah, they call like some of their cake they call cookies. Isn't it like it's a certain, isn't it cookies that are like more cakey though? They're like more cakey ones. We'll probably eat your midday snack in the morning and go to the supermarket later. That's a good idea. Pocket nearly took out your finger. Oh my god. She wanted the spaghetti. Silly baby. Okay, that was 8. This is 9. I'm gonna have to look up the distinction again, Zephyr, because I knew this at one point, but I've forgotten which ones are cookies now, according to y'all. French fries are chips, yeah. And chips are crisps. Larger, softer, and chewier. Yeah, so it's more cake-like. Or maybe you just mean anything that... Because all of your biscuits are so, like, brittle. So like a chocolate chip cookie, you would define that as a cookie. Like a soft chocolate chip cookie. Oh my god, we cannot be doing this. We cannot be doing this. No, French fries are fries, chips are big fries, and fries are small chip. Like, do you hear yourself? Do you fucking hear yourself? How dare the Brits size shame? You know, when I went out to the West Coast, I learned that what I would call like potato wedges, which are like the really big fries that are like, they're like wedges, obviously, you know, but they're not like oven baked ones. They're still like fried. Y'all know what I'm talking about? They call them JoJo's out there. They have like a whole specific name and thing for them. They're like pretty popular. Wedges or wedgies. Potato logs. Is JoJo a brand? JoJo's are also what Trader Joe's calls their off-brand Oreos. But I don't know if there's a brand that's JoJo. It's more like just how they classify them, like French fry, but like a more specific term for the kind of French fry. See, at least I'll give you wedgies. Or, you know, wedges. That at least makes sense. This is all very confusing. I know. Like, why do we have so many different names for different kinds of potatoes? It's pretty extra. But then again, if you're going to be extra about something, probably should be potatoes. The word fries doesn't look like a word anymore. We've gone too far. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew, indeed. What happened to the stew? What kind of stew is this? Wouldn't you like to know? My god. I don't think those were potatoes. Y'all are activating my Idaho instincts. Jam revealing the variety of jam. It's potato jam, in fact. For any Idahoans, is it like, do y'all do gender reveal parties and it's like your options are boy, girl, or potato? Oh god, we've added another level to the fries or chips conversation. Hang on, hang on, hang on. I can help. 1 second. Okay. Fries. Fries. Chips. Potato chips. Okay. JoJo's. What other thing do we need to... This is what I meant. Not everywhere calls them JoJo's, but this is what I mean when I say JoJo. Tater logs. tater tots. Waffle fries. Waffle fries. What is that, like a... What is that? When you're not sure if it's a word or a key smash? Oh! Oh! That looks fucking good. That is not the same as a tater tot. Tater tots still have a texture inside. That's more of like a mashed potato interior, I'm assuming. So that honestly looks better than a tater tot. Let me show you tater tots again so you can see what I'm talking about. Tater tots, you see the texture. They're more like imagine like a minced potato that's smushed together and fried. So it still has some of that like texture of like the different pieces of the mince in there. Yeah, based on croquet, I fucking love a potato croquet. Accordion potatoes are cool. Yeah, those are neat. Never seen one in person, but would eat. Was there another one that we're confused about? Ooh, twice baked potatoes are good. Baked potato bar? That sounds fucking good. Also, it's really funny to me because, so there's a, in the UK, they have like an American style jacket potato that they do, but it's not this. And I would say this is the American style, which is just like a standard loaded baked potato. But I don't remember what they put on the American style ones. And I also think it's really funny how many British people act like we don't eat jacket potato. Like, it's just a fucking baked potato. Of course we eat that. It was very important. Croquet? Y'all need to see a croquet? Okay. Yeah, basically deep fried mashed potato. Sometimes with cheese. This shit's so good. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, baked potato. Chips UK. French fry. Steak fries. Some of them are. Some of them are just like kind of regular but slightly thicker French fries. Like, I would say that most of these pictures are just sort of like regular chunky chips. So you call them chunky chips if they're chunky. It's just French fries. Those are steak fries. Those are almost steak fries, but most of these are just like regular fries. That's French fries. That's French fries. That's French fries. Did we cover home fries already? Home fries are one of the things that pisses me off because they're different in different places. So a lot of places do this as home fries, but some places also do like this for home fries. We call French the thin ones, but fat the Flemish ones. Okay, that's a fun distinction. We have shoestring fries. That's what we would call them. Or matchstick fries as well. I'm like, that's a little thin. That's thinner than what I've seen even. But like, yeah, like the shoestring or the matchstick ones are like the thin ones. Yeah, matchstick. French fry crisps? What the fuck? What is this? So it's just like fucked up chips. It's like for people who wish that the entire bag of fries was just the crushed up pieces at the bottom. Those are potato sticks for hot dogs? You call them potato sticks? I have never seen this before. Your sister was obsessed at one point. I like to have an actual fucking potato chip. You used to love them? I have never had these before. They're so good. I believe you. I believe that you like them. Love how this just keeps going. I know. It's almost like there's so many things out there that are made with potato. They used to have chicken flavored ones and they were your shit. There's so much more. We have only scratched the surface. Stream where y'all just show me different kinds of potato. The hobbits were right. Potatoes. Gratin. Okay. Really cannot go wrong. I love the Hibbits typo. If a bullywug was also a hobbit, Hibbit. What's your jam, jelly, jello divide? Yeah, no, we have both jam and jelly, and they are different things, and they are not the same as jello. Okay. So jam can have a couple of different presentations. Sometimes it's more like preserves. Sometimes it's just like, it's still smooth, but it's like a thicker, creamier, it's like thicker and creamier than jelly, right? But it tends to be more of like a preserve, where it kind of, a lot of the times it'll have the fruit pieces in it, and then jelly. Don't be confused. This is not what we mean when we say jelly. This is British people stuff that's coming up here. Let me do grape jelly because I think it's confused. There we go. Like this. So jelly is like this, where it's more of, it's still like for spreading on a sandwich. It's a lot like jam, but it's thinner. Jelly, it has no fruit pieces. It's more gelatin based. I would say that jam is usually more of like a fruit pectin base to it, whereas jelly is more of like a gelatin vibe. But it's still the same idea as jam. How is the crochet going? Yeah, exactly. And then Jello is this. This is Jello. Where it's like even farther into the realm of gelatin based with flavoring, and it's way less about the fruit. It is heavier on the gelatin. In order of chunkiness, yeah. Jello, jelly, jam, preserves, in fact. Drink, thank you, Damu. Jello throws it back like it's at the club. Very nicely described, Scarlett. I think I'm on round 9. I think. He's starting to take form. First potatoes and then jam, I know. If it's the 50s or the Midwest, Jello may be chunky. Yeah, but you have to add the chunks. It doesn't come chunky. Jack, lock in? Okay, well, you heard Trill, everyone. Stop goofing around. Can we stop saying chunky while I'm eating? Oh my god. That one's on you. Alright, that was 9. So we're gonna do 10 now. Let's see here. I'm gonna count my stitches really quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Y'all did this to me. $34, $35, $36, $37, $38, $39, $40, $41, $42, $43, $44, $45. Okay. That's... How did I get to 45? That's wrong. Well... We're not changing it now. Bye, birds. Someday it will be an orb. Now do I go to the library, coffee shop, or loaf around at home? That's a tough one. They each have their advantages. We did say library earlier. Coffee shop, then library. That's a pretty good compromise. Twin with low bug. Oh my goodness. Is she at the library right now? Did somebody say caffeine? You just came home from the library? That's so fun. Yeah, caffeine, library, and then loaf around at home. New library cards and officially signed up for 1,000 books before kindergarten? Oh my goodness. That's an impressive goal. Add a sweet treat? You have to add a sweet treat. It's pretty much the law. Off on an adventure? Yes. How very hobbity. Alright, that was 10, this is 11. You have the Walk to Mordor app on your phone? It's perfect. The dome is forming. Never got an explanation for the food distraction? Yeah, we were having a whole fucking argument about who means what when they say fries or chips or whatever. So we had to break out the illustrations because everyone was getting confused. Scarlett started it? Are you sure about that? I can check? I'm not checking. Y'all have distracted me enough. Y'all want to see a tiny Junimo or not? It's almost like you don't even want Bean to have a cousin. The color variegation of the yarn you're making into a sock is so pretty. I love that. Hi Rovalia, how are you doing? Welcome in. I'm making a tiny little Junimo. He's got the top of his head going. How's everyone? We've had a whole conversation about potatoes today. That's how we're doing. Yeah. This is my second day of micro crochet, and I am pretty into it, I've got to admit. Which row did I say this was? 11? To bring in more floss. Flying through the floss today. I feel like this guy is definitely taking more up than Guinea Bean needed. This is week 1 of micro-crocheting the Stardew Valley world map? Oh my fucking god. Can you imagine? But hey, it is kind of good to know that I could go even smaller with some of the things that I offer if need be. That would really be annoying though, because that would take the color changes to a whole new level in the sense that I wouldn't be able to have an uninterrupted long piece of literally everything unless I found a reliable source of, like, I mean, I guess I could use sewing thread, but that's where we would be at, because splitting the floss for a project like that, nightmarish. Go. I love that you're thinking about it. I wouldn't do the map, but because I've already done the map, you know? I don't really desire to do the map again. But there are other things that I would, in that same vein, that I would think about doing teeny tiny like that. Like the portraits maybe, stuff like that. It also makes me feel a bit more confident about doing the tiny little magnets that I'll be sticking to the map, the villager head magnets. I'm not going to try to do those micro crochet because they're already going to be small enough. This should be round number 12. I need a new chair, you guys. I need a different chair. My butt hurts. This seat is flatter than a pancake at this point. Your chair just broke finally, so you're in a lawn photo foldable chair? I am so sorry. That's awful. Okay, and then we're on 13, so I'm gonna do 13 single crochets and then 1 increase. Give him a little bit of a puffy cheek moment. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, okay, and an increase. Your dexterity could never. How are you doing over there, Sarah? Yeah, it definitely takes some getting used to. Oh, shit. Getting started is for sure the hardest part. Tired, so you're going to sleep? Thanks for hanging out, May. Two, 3, 4, 5. Usually miss your lives, but you've been watching the Stardew Valley map since the beginning. Oh, well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. 6, 7. Hopefully now that I'm multi-streaming to both Twitch and YouTube, it'll be easier to catch future streams. 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, and an increase. And then we're gonna end on an increase. Should also get off. Hope the Junimo isn't too annoying to make. Oh no, it's totally fine. I don't think it's gonna be very complicated at all. There will be pictures in the Discord when it's all done. Thanks for hanging out and talking about potatoes with us. How you doing over there, Demu? You have another weird food word thing? Peanut butter? Why is that weird? Hi, Niji. You just realized? What did you just realize? In Dutch, it is officially illegal to market that as butter, so we call it peanut cheese. But how is it cheese? I mean, I understand it's not butter, but it's definitely not cheese. That is an interesting one. Thank you so much for sharing that. And 1 month for Niji until it's time for a sick neck tattoo. I love that so much for you. Why not peanut spread indeed? Yeah, I think calling it cheese is definitely more confusing. And you have a huge cheese lobby. The cheese lobby's like, damn, well, I guess cheese is nutty. They've got us there. You've got peanut sauce as well. Yeah, peanut sauce is its own thing, for sure. I think peanut spread makes sense. Peanut cheese is diabolical. Flying through the floss today. And turning 34, but that's not important. Of course it's important. Have that haunt your dreams. Peanut cheese sounds for like it's slang for something very unpleasant. You can eat so much with peanut butter, jelly, hot sauce, cucumber, chocolate sprinkles. You're having fun over there. Cucumber? I guess. I guess that is true. Y'all ever seen that mayonnaise commercial where they're just dipping stuff in the big old jar of mayonnaise and one of the things they dip in there is a lollipop? Peanut butter and banana, it's a classic. I like a banana milkshake. Peanut butter and banana milkshake. Or just smoothie, even. I don't like, the texture of, like, a whole banana, so... But I like the flavor a lot. Lolly and mayo? Yeah, no, I don't even like mayonnaise that much to begin with. It's a diabolical commercial. Even the 100% peanut stuff is called peanut cheese. That's so strange. Like, technically speaking, we do have crisps here in the United States. Like, we were having that whole debate earlier about, you know, chips versus crisps and all of that. And we technically do have crisps. We will call them specifically potato crisps if they're produced in a certain way where they won't legally allow them to call them potato chips because they're not like slices of potato. If they use like the powdered potato, they have to call them potato crisps. Another in favor of the peanut butter banana, indeed. It's a classic. Everything here is potato chips unless it's imported. Hot or cold doesn't matter, it's all in the context. Like French fries are potato chips? Interesting. I feel like we've unlocked a whole new level of strangeness. Like if it's imported and it's called something, right? Patat or frite. We're having the potato debate cannot die. It just cannot die. Sometimes we call fries, but chips could mean either fries or crisps. Interesting. I suppose it's like, maybe it's a thing of like, if you're in a country where your potatoes are coming largely from another place, perhaps, because obviously, you know, America, the Americas, like I don't know exactly where in the Americas, but like we're responsible for introducing the potato to the UK, but then it's been there for a long time, and there's this whole like potato culture that's developed from that. So it's like if other places are sort of adopting or borrowing that potato culture. I don't know if you guys know what I'm trying to say. Go to a bakery and buy hot chips. Interesting. There's a debate in the Netherlands. There's a debate of the ages to referring to fries. Interesting. When you do call things fries, it's usually the shoestring ones, like the thin ones. Yeah. Interesting. Language is so mystifying sometimes. It's like, why do we do certain things, you know? How did that get started? Something really went chaotic with potatoes. For real. Potatoes have like their own universe. The potato cinematic universe. Move over, MCU. potato itself too? Oh, like you have a bunch of different names for it, yeah. Sweet potato chips, sweet potatoes, like, and then there's the sweet potato. I love sweet potatoes. Technically not a potato though, right? A different thing. Sweet potato fries are real good. Okay, that was 14. So I need 15 and 16. Y'all, I don't think we're going to get through this all today. That's crazy. I really did not think that it was going to take us this long to do something this simple. But this is more involved than I thought it was going to be. Or not even that it's involved, just that it, like, is bigger. Bigger than Geen Bean was. Very curious to see the difference when we make the super big version, how long that takes. And if it's like a lot faster. Because obviously part of what is slowing me down is the fact that it's just so small. So I wonder if I'll be able to really speed through things. But it's not like I'm going to be eliminating stitches. Like a lot of the times that's what makes really big stuff faster, is that you don't have to do as many of the stitches, but I am going to be following the pattern still so that it's like it's just going to be huge. Thought potatoes were tubers. Yeah, I mean they're like in the same like category of stuff, but it's like a sweet potato is not the same thing as like a white potato, right? It's like a different species or whatever. Like it's technically a yam or whatever. It's like how you know, a tomato and an apple are both fruits, but just because they're both fruits, that doesn't mean they're like the same thing, right? Why are straight guys so icky? You know, a question for the ages, truly. You ordered pasta? Let's go. Kumara is not yam, so maybe you have different sweet potato definitions. I know there's something else. I know that there is... That's the thing, is like, I know that there's a kind of sweet potato that's not a yam, but I don't know if it is a potato, but like a lot of the times when we're referring to sweet potatoes, we really do mean yams. So like, I'm not totally sure what I mean either, is the problem. Speaking of yams, you know what's really good? When you get some fettuccine alfredo, but you do it with like the spinach pasta, right? And then you have that with a sweet potato on the side and eat them together. That shit's fucking good. This is why I don't dress like this. 3 guys in the time I walked out of the house. One of them a neighbor who asked if I was married. Wait, what the fuck did they say to you? You don't have to be done complaining. I'm sorry that fucking happened. That's so annoying. Purple potatoes are delicious. I love a purple potato. Like, you're not interrupting anything, Scarlett. We're just talking about potatoes again. We just can't... Maybe it's because I'm making something that's so round, we just can't stop thinking about potatoes. That's like I was watching TikTok last night, and there was this... You know how those TikToks that are like people cutting open stones, like looking for jade or whatever? There was this one video of somebody cutting open one of those stones, but the stone just looked like a potato. And all of the comments were just talking about potatoes. They're inescapable. Clearly, when I play Stardoodle on Sunday, my opening guess is going to have to be a potato now. That's the message that I'm getting from this. New podcast idea. Just all about potatoes. What row is this? I think this was 15. And I need more floss. I'm gonna use up this whole fucking thing. I think I ordered more though, so it should be fine. This is one of the colors that I actually need for the bracelets. But I'm pretty sure I ordered more of it, so it should be fine. Oh, you know what? I was like, damn, chat got so quiet. That's weird. My chat stopped scrolling. I thought I saw it updating out of the corner of my eye. I don't know why it does that. Two guys in a work truck watched you walk from your car to the coffee house. Made weird noises at you, and the neighbor has been creepy after you thought he just really liked how cute your pups were. Now he's flirting and knows where you live. That's so fucking gross. I'm so sorry. Need to carry a sign around and a mallet. Yeah, no, for real. I just assume you say that because you're a crafter or a contractor. Off to dinner with your mom and grandfather. Thanks for hanging out, mermaid. Welcome back, Jam. Twitch is on the fritz like last night when a few streamers disconnected from their own chats. Holy shit. No, it's... I have a different chat that I use through my OBS so that I can see both Twitch and YouTube, and it definitely sometimes just doesn't scroll. Which is annoying. So it was still going, it just wasn't showing me that it was going. Twitch is always on the fritz, though, it's true. We really don't need to give it too much credit, because it usually is Twitch's fault. I'm like, y'all can get quiet. That's fine. I don't mind. But this does seem like a strange moment for it to be happening when we were just having a conversation. Thank you for the water time and the stretch break. I appreciate y'all working together to take care of me. Thought that one bit of crochet was one dismantled half of a bouncy ball. Yeah. Nope, it's just the top of a junimo's head. Life-size junimo. Lore-accurate junimo. Now that's a question. How big do you think junimos are, like, should be? Because I know in the game they're pretty big. But do you think that's just because the game wants you to be able to see them? Like, the soot sprites are also pretty big relative to what I feel like they would probably be like in real life. So how big do you think a junimo is supposed to be? Do you think it's supposed to be eeny weeny like this? Like, because when you first go into the community center, Mayor Lewis is like, oh yeah, there's a bunch of rats running around in here. He thinks it's like a rat. So maybe they're like rat sized. Apple sized, navel orange sized. I think that's a pretty good size. Like big bunny or small cat size. The bigger you imagine them to be, the more it sort of vaguely horrifying the idea of them becomes, because something about a junimo that's like this big, as we'll see next week, feels very different to me versus a junimo that's like this big. Rats can be huge. I agree with you, but I feel like a wharf rat is gonna get a very different reaction from me than like a standard sized rat. Do you believe in rodents of unusual size? They have to be able to pick up your crops? Yeah, but they're magic. Maybe it's like ants. That's a good point too. I have seen a big ass rat in LA. I saw a big ass rat. We drove through Baltimore at one point, and I like how we didn't even stop. I just managed to see a huge rat down an alleyway while we were driving through Baltimore, and that was like the only impression I have of Baltimore. If you see a rat, you're gone. Oh my goodness. Rats are so cute. When we were in New York, we were riding the subway and I got to see a subway rat and I was like, oh my god, look, it's a baby. It's like, subway rats is like free babies, you know? It's, I don't know, I think rats are cute. Rats carry disease, but so do so many animals, you know? Like, I don't think that rats are any more disease-ridden than any other wild animal. You know, they get a bad rap because they're associated with the Black Plague, but that was not their fault. Like, rats are not responsible for the bubonic plague. It was fleas. And a lot of people, okay, there's something about it where it's like, people think that the rats are even less responsible than people make out because they're like, okay, but the rats carried the fleas and they transferred to humans. But I think I heard something like, there are different kinds of fleas. And so there are types of fleas that tend to live on rats, and there are types of fleas that tend to live on humans. And so the fleas that would have been biting humans were not the types of fleas that would have been carried by rats or something. So if the plague was being spread by fleas, then it was humans spreading those fleas to other humans. I think that's what it is. Don't quote me on that, but I remember seeing something like that. Last week of your job in a deli, we found a rat. You found the rat. You had warned your coworker you would scream and run. He thought you were joking, and you screamed so loud he heard you from 2 rooms away, and you Scooby-Doo ran on the wet tile and busted your knees. Oh no. Humans carry a lot of disease. It's true. It's true. There's a story of like an ancient warrior who died because he was bitten by the decapitated head of his enemy, and it got such an extreme infection because human mouths are dirty as fuck. Your cat did a Scooby-Doo run today. We're back in a place that has hardwood floors, so we get to see them do the Scooby-Doo scramble all the time. It's so funny. American possums can't carry rabies. Yep, I did know that. I did know that. Possums get a bad rap, but they're actually sweet little angels. And like you said, they can't carry rabies. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we have armadillos who carry leprosy, and so that's why people need to stop fucking picking them up and throwing them around like footballs. Leave the fucking armadillos alone. COVID lockdown never been healthier, record time without a cold. It's amazing what can happen when people actually protect themselves from diseases. They do that with armadillos. People can be very mean to armadillos. It's stupid. And like, they're not gonna bother you. Like, they're the most non-confrontational animal. Interesting to see how the entire crochet community became obsessed with possums. They fucking deserve it. They deserve the recognition at long last. I've always maintained that American possums look like little fat friars because they have the little bald patch and stuff. Minecrafters be like, are they aggressive in Minecraft or something? You've never seen one, but they seem so cool on TV. They are cool. Raccoons are going to be next thanks to Jimothy. I mean, I feel like raccoons are always having a moment. Everybody likes raccoons. But yeah, Jimothy is definitely a special little boy. He's so cute. There's this dog I follow too that's like a boxer, and she has the same kind of disability with the shortened spine thing or whatever it is that makes him that shape. She's so cute. And she's living like a normal life, so I think that there's a lot of hope for Jimothy too. Hi Nickel, how you doing? Already saw a free crochet pattern for Jimothy. That's incredible. I kind of want to do a Jimothy ACEO tapestry pattern. Like a Jimothy tapestry pattern that is... Where's my thing? Like this size. Hello, fellow princesses. An armadillo deity? That's a cute idea. Tempted to make it and send it to your brother Jimmy? That's so cute, Scarlett. Haven't reviewed or understood the pattern? That's totally fine, Ro. Thank you. Not to Banhammer. Oh my god. Not the Tez. You put that T back where it goes. Or H. You put that H back where it goes. I got confused. I require permission for a timeout. Do you really, though? Do you really require permission? I'm pretty sure that you're strong and independent. You can make your own decisions. I'm only here for 15 minutes. Hey, who's a meanie? I'm just innocently crocheting. Okay? I'm just trying to maybe get this orb done in the next 45 minutes. 15 minutes of Hello Princess and vintage memes. Wow. You're really gonna try and get yourself banned. You're a mean hobbit with a black heart. I like how you're saying, I will ban Nickel to Nickel. That seems an abuse of power. I mean, maybe. And what about it? Will miss me. You're like halfway through the pattern and more than 75% of the way down the stream. Yeah. Yeah, and what about it? Maybe if I hadn't talked about potatoes and asking questions for like an hour. But you know, I only got distracted a lot. This boy is also bigger than the leggy frog. God, he's gonna be so big when I make him with the extra chunky yarn. Okay, that was 16. So now I need to do 7 and then increase. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and increase. And then 14 and increase twice. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14, and an increase. And then another 14 and an increase. I wouldn't miss you as much when Jack wins Puffertle 3 days in a row and I get 20,000 points. Wow. Wow. Everyone's just like kicking Nickel out like a saddled dog. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ah. 13, 14, and an increase. I don't know what I've been doing, but somehow I have the correct number of stitches now. Does a strand of floss hurt your finger? It looks so tense. I think I have a permanent divot in my finger here now. Like, I think that's part of it because I work with floss so much now. I think my finger just stays like that at this point. But no, it doesn't hurt. I'm pulling it taut, but I don't feel like it's actually applying that much pressure. It can start to feel a little bit uncomfortable after a while if I'm doing this for like hours and hours, which I guess I have been, technically speaking, but I feel like it seems like I'm holding it tighter than I actually am. But if it does start to get irritated, I have a, where is it? I have a leather thimble, or like a, really it's like a finger cover for when you're doing felting. And you'll see I have the same stripe on this because I'll wear this when I'm making bracelets if they start to irritate me. You have a callus on one finger ever since working with floss? You thought you were doing something wrong? No! Calluses are good. It's just where your body needs to protect itself from the repetitive contact and stuff. Like, I have a pretty gnarly callus here on this finger because I always hit it with my hook. And I'm very glad that it has developed at this point because it means the whole process is much less painful. Like, it would get sore initially, and now I don't really have to worry about that anymore. You have writing calluses? Yeah. Hi, grilled cheese. How you doing? Accidentally sent. That's okay. Nice to see ya. Oh, the book squares are small. Are you making the book squares with floss? I didn't realize. That's a good idea. About 3 thumbtacks tall? Oh my goodness. You're gonna be like the micro-crochet blanket. How much would you hypothetically charge for one of these micro junimos? In Minecraft? What do you mean in Minecraft? In Minecraft dollars? Let me see. $64 emeralds, there you go. $210 plus... That's not dollars. I'm doing math. 1 second. Oh my god, there's so many rows. I'm definitely not getting this done today. Fuck. My calculator is not correct. Oh, yes it is. There we go. I got scared. Why is it doing that? Anyway, okay. And then the rest of it is like... That's... 6, 4, 7. How much is the leaf? Uh, 5. Oh, the leaf is so small. I would have to think about it, but theoretically, like $15 or something. I don't know. I don't know if that's a good idea, but that's your encouragement, because here's the thing, is that the first couple of times I do something, I'll undercharge for it because I don't have a good idea of what I need to charge for it yet. So if you want to get something from me for cheaper, get in early. 15. Because I at least have set myself a minimum for customs. So my minimum is 15. New means super easy. Take 12. Oh my goodness. Each one's gonna get more expensive. One in every color. Yeah, I feel like I'm still too new. So if I want a purple junimo, then get in now before I raise the price, because I probably will. Yeah, y'all DM me. DM me for serious inquiries. I usually, for single color work, or for like, you know, if there's only like 2 colors or something like this, well, for all of my work, I do price per stitch. So for something simple, I have a different rate than I would for something that has a lot of color changes. So the price per stitch goes up according to the number of color changes. So for simple stuff, I'm doing 2 cents per stitch. So if I was going to make you a sweater, that would be how I would determine the rate, is I would determine how many stitches are in the sweater, and then I would multiply that by 2 cents per stitch. And then that's easier for me than trying to figure out the hours that I spend working on something, because I really hate timing myself, and I also find it to be super inaccurate. So that's looking at the stitch count, according to that 2 cents per stitch rate, which comes in at under $15, but because I have a minimum set for myself so that I don't start undercharging people like crazy, it would have to come up to 15. So, and then also because that's not like fully taken into account other factors, but what will probably end up happening is that in the future, I will have a specific price per stitch rate specifically for micro crochet, because it is more time consuming, but I have not determined what that number is yet, so we're gonna go with this for now. Long story short. But yeah, if you want, I mean, I'll do it for sure. If y'all wanna If y'all want to commission me for stuff, I'm here. Yeah. This is my job. Let me do my job. Let's go. I may DM you later for tips on the square cardigan if that's okay. Absolutely. You're always welcome to do that. Yeah. Like possibly next year, I'll be here. I'll be here next year. You could charge 25 plus easy going forward. I see needle felted stuff for 100 plus. That's under 6 inches. Wow. Yeah, no, I do agree that like 15 is probably not enough, but because I am still so early in this, I just, you know, I don't know what I need to charge yet. And I think that when you are taking into account, I think it's okay to take into account a lack of experience. Like obviously in general I'm very experienced, but like I'm still pretty new to this specific thing that I'm doing right now. So the price, yeah, flash jello for you for a second there. The price will probably come up pretty quickly in the process. But it's almost like you're getting a discount because you're giving me the excuse to practice. You can think of it like that way almost. Yeah, it makes me, you guys have no idea how sad it makes me that I can't ship to the EU, because trust me, I would love to take advantage of that business. I have people ask me all the time about that, but it's not even that the US tariff situation is crazy. It's not even that the shipping cost is crazy. Like, if y'all are okay with shipping costs, I would let y'all pay that shipping costs. It's the fact that each and every government has their own requirements for the taxes that you have to pay and how you pay those taxes. Some places also require, drink your milk, princess. Some places also require that you pay those taxes through specific portals, and sometimes those portals require you to have a subscription to those portals. Like I said, it's different for every single country. So I personally just do not have the bandwidth to figure that out for every country. That's why it's only US and Canada, because I am only one person and I can't deal with that. Platforms like Etsy can get away with it because when you're selling through Etsy is handling a lot of that stuff for you. But I don't feel like giving Etsy fee money, and also they're so awful to their creator base on so many different levels. Like I'm not doing that. So that is unfortunately the predominant reason why, because I don't think that I can do the things that I need to do to pay tax in whatever country I'm shipping to. I'm gonna tattle unless you pay me $100. Wow. Wait, who's getting tattled on? Me? Also Amazon? What do you mean by that? Amazon, oh, like as a marketplace, as a seller marketplace? Yeah, some of these larger companies that let you sell under their banner will cover that stuff for you, but there's a lot of reasons not to do that, essentially. You got the permission to time Nickel out because Nickel was leaving? Okay, I think I'm on round 18 now. So yeah, we'll just get as far as we can. I feel very silly that I'm not going to have this finished today, but we'll see. Maybe I'll stay late if it looks like I'm super close. But considering there's 27 rounds and I'm on round 18, I don't really think we're going to finish this today. They ended with a princess joke? Yeah, you clearly untimed them out too soon. Yeah, you may be under their banner, but that also means exactly. You're paying commission to them. And then also, like, they have a lot of control over what you can do as an artist in that regard. Like, they can take stuff down if they want to. Like, if they decide that they're gonna refund somebody, you can't do shit about that. Like, I have a no refund policy because I can't support doing refunds unless I cancel it, right? But platforms like Etsy, like, if somebody makes a complaint and Etsy sides with the person who makes the complaint, like, I know so many cases of people who just, Etsy's like, nope, we're giving the money back, you don't get a say in it. Yeah, I know y'all are silly. So there's lots of good reasons to do it, and I know a lot of people do because it just makes their lives easier, and I definitely get that, but I have elected to go the route of figuring shit out on my own, which unfortunately does limit me in some other ways, but it is what it is. It's crazy too because until a couple of years ago, the EU had an exception for small businesses that sold underneath a certain threshold of product in their country. So, like, if you were doing less than $30,000 worth of business in a calendar year, you didn't need to worry about their tax system because they were acknowledging, like, hey, you're a small business. But now you have to have, like, a physical in-person representative over there. And I'm like, obviously I can't do that. Thought it was because the tariff stuff. So the tariff stuff, actually, it's a common misconception. I get why you think that. But for the most part, tariffs are actually affecting things coming into the United States. So it's actually not more expensive for us, on the most part. It's not that it's more expensive for us to send things out. It's that if you're seeing price increases from American businesses, it's because American businesses are having to pay more money to get their supplies to come in from other countries. So, like, I went from paying 69 cents per thing of embroidery floss to 79 cents per thing of embroidery floss because of the tariffs. Because they have to pay a fee to our government in order to get their packages. So Trump's whole thing is like, we're taxing the other countries, we're taxing the other countries. That's bullshit. That's not what's happening. He's taxing American citizens. And the companies that are being kind and covering those costs for people, like covering the cost of the tariff for the people who are ordering from them, that's a huge expense. So some people have been absorbing that cost, but a lot of people can't afford it. Is that beneficial for the government? Not the way that he's going about it. We're not gonna see. He's misappropriating funds like crazy. He's just fucking around with the White House and the reflecting pool and making some... He's not doing anything that's benefiting citizens. Let me just put it like that. It is not in our favor. Especially because it's like he's just imposing... And also, it's an illegal tax, by the way. He does not have the authority to impose tariffs like that, but he's doing it anyway. And the court system told him, hey, you don't have the authority to do that. Stop and give the money back. Except, obviously, he can't give the money back because there's not enough record of who's had to pay for that so far. So the businesses who already offloaded all of their costs onto the customers are supposed to be getting refunded for the money that they paid for tariffs, so they're getting paid back for the tariffs twice. It's a whole load of bullshit. It's just because he's a giant man baby. He has no idea how any of these laws that he's actually enacting actually work, and he just is doing whatever the fuck he wants, and it's gross. And also, a bunch of the shit he's doing is not legal. And I wish that there would be any consequence for that. The UK has the same tax issues as the US and Canada since the Brexit. Yeah, it's almost like, you know, having that open cooperation with other countries is to the benefit of an economy that is operating on a global scale. Yeah, no, it's so fucked, Jam. It's so fucked. Like, I really wish that it just doesn't feel like anybody in our legislature is protecting us right now. I know that there are people who are fighting for us, but not enough. Not enough. I know. It's like, oh my god. If you want to stir up the American, you could do it so fast, because holy shit, it's a fucking mess right now. They say he has frontal lobe dementia. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised. You know, not even, like he's so old and his health is clearly starting to decline. There's a huge chance he'll win elections again. Yeah, legally he can't. Legally he can't. There are a lot of people that are very worried that he's going to try and pull something illegal in order to stay in office. But according to how our system is supposed to work, he is already on his second term and he cannot be elected again. The most a president is allowed to be the president for is 8 years. He's in his second set of 4 years. Have some faith in that system. Yeah, I would like, you know, it's just that they keep just sort of steamrolling right through what the law says. So it just doesn't really seem like this administration has a lot of respect for what the barriers of the law are supposed to be. And I can understand why a lot of people are therefore worried about what he's going to do when election time comes around, especially because he keeps talking about being president again. So, is that why Obama stopped? Yes, because he had already been president for as long as he could be. Did a whole analysis for a politics course on Obama versus Trump in speeches? Yeah. No, the difference is staggering. Trump really cannot string a sentence together. Or rather, I guess I should say he strings too many sentences together, because the run-ons are crazy. I mean, don't get me wrong, Obama had his own problems. But certainly better than this shit. Be surprised if he lived through a whole third term? I know, right? Makes it feel like he understands the common person. It's always nice when politicians are able to speak in a way that other people can follow what they're saying, you know? They don't use language that feels like you have to be a lawyer to understand, and then they also don't use language that is so nonsensical nobody knows what's going on. That's the sweet spot. Netherlands finally has a gay prime minister with a first gentleman. That's incredible, and I wish that I could believe that that would ever happen for us. Which one do you think would happen first, you guys? A woman in office as president or a gay person as president? Which one do you think is more likely to happen first? Woman? Yeah, I agree. What was that? What did I just do? Was that 18 or 19? Let me see if I can count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That's actually not so bad to count. Technically, hasn't gay already happened? Well, we can speculate. Openly gay. Openly gay. How about that? Invisible Lily, hello, how are you doing? Doing okay, just, you know, gonna be making this junimo for the rest of my life, apparently. That's the thing about micro crochet, it takes way longer than you'd think. But we've got most of the top of his head now. Let's see, because I'll be starting decreases soon. Because this is 19, and I think I'm going to start decreases on round 21, so... The background music is good for extinguishing the fire you felt. Yes, we're remaining calm in here. Bye, Scarlett. Thanks for hanging out. It's so frustrating. It's really so frustrating to even think about, because you just feel so powerless. You know, you can't let that powerless feeling overtake you and convince you that there really is nothing that you can do, because there's lots that we can do. It's just that the actions that we wish that we could take are the ones that would have an immediate impact. So... Netherlands is welcoming expats. Yeah, apparently they're trying to shut down our ability to leave the country now, which is fun. There's a lot of language being thrown around about labeling people who have certain political views or who are trans as terrorists, which is fun that that's a conversation that's happening in our government. Yeah, passport bullshit part 2, but you know what? I went and renewed my driver's license. Well, I didn't renew it. I got a New York driver's license because I moved. But I went and I got my New York driver's license this week, and I still have my fucking X gender marker. So you know what, Donald Trump? Suck my fucking dick. Anyway, how's everyone doing? There is no connection to those two things. Although I am very tempted to make a new shirt that says assigned terrorist at transition. I think that's kind of fun. Yeah, I didn't get a real ID because I was like, I don't really want to have to deal with like federal regulations on this, but if I just keep it to a state ID, then they can't say shit about it, and my passport is going to be good for like when did I get it? I think 22. So like a good 6 more years or something for my passport, so I don't need to worry about that for a while. That would be an amusing shirt, but I'd be scared people would take it too seriously and you have problems. I feel like there are shirts that I would wear for making reels, and then there are shirts that I would wear out of the house, you know? Let's just put it like that. Maybe that's an inside shirt. I'll be inflammatory on the internet, that's fine. Inside shirt is real. That's like, I think it's so funny. I posted a reel lately that was sort of, you know, you've probably seen it. The one showing off how my voice has changed over time as I was working on the map. And I had so many comments from people being like, oh my god, I didn't realize that you were trans. And I thought, I love that somebody pointed out, this is really funny to me considering that the trans pride flag has been in the background of every video. Are you worried that they'll address you based on your social media content? They can come and pull me out of my fucking house. I know that it's something that like I should be concerned about, but I'm not going to. I'm not. I refuse to be concerned by it because I think that visibility is too important. I made a choice a while ago that I was going to come and be a visible trans person on the internet, and I'm not going to comply in advance. I refuse to comply in advance. If they want to arrest me, they can come arrest me. But I will say, I really don't think that that would happen. There are just... First of all, there are too fucking many of us for them to actually do the thing that they're acting like they want to do. And I'm too well documented already, so what am I gonna do? There's no going back now. So cool of you, thank you. You know, it just feels like the only reasonable... I get people who want to go stealth and protect themselves. I fully appreciate and understand that. And that, you know, absolutely no judgment to anybody who feels inclined to do that. But to me, it doesn't even feel like being brave. It just feels like refusing to accept a patently ridiculous suggestion. Like, you are incorrect for perceiving me that way, so why would I ever bow down to that conception of me? That's just dumb. Like, no, I'm not going to do that. You saw a short advertised that had tattoos are trashy, and the temptation to get that and wear it with your tattoos for irony was strong. But you don't want to support a clothing company who does shit like that? I got you. See, I kept seeing shirts that had slogans about like free Palestine on them, or like fuck ICE, things like that. And I love that energy. And it's like, I'm like, maybe I get a shirt so that I have something to wear on you know, reels and stuff. And the thing is that like there's so much overproduction of t-shirts in particular that I don't really want to participate in that. Like, no shame to anybody who buys a t-shirt, that's fine, but I don't really feel like I need a shirt, right? Like, I don't currently have a need for a new t-shirt, so I don't feel like it would be right for me specifically to buy a new t-shirt just because I like that aspect of it. So what I'm focusing on is upcycling shirts, because in general, I'm very interested in repurposing a lot of that fast fashion waste, especially shirts that contain elastane, because if you're not aware, shirts that are, or any clothing that has some quantity of elastane in it, can't be recycled. It'll gum up the machine. So even if it's like 99% cotton, that 1% elastane will fuck up the machines that they use for shredding and recycling it. So that's the stuff that's most likely to get thrown away. But that's also the stuff that I'm like, that's going to be the easiest for me to upcycle in some way. So that's where my focus is. So I'm planning to make a bunch of clothes from old clothes. I have a bunch in my trunk right now. I'm looking for the time to do it. But so yeah, that's my suggestion for you, is I bet that you or someone you know, or me, if you want help, could make you a shirt that says something like that. You knew fast fashion was bad, but damn. No, it's really awful. There's an entire garbage dump in India. I forget which city it is, but it's a mountain of just clothes. And there are a lot of countries in what people refer to as like the global south, where they just have piles and piles of literally off-cast clothing that washes up on the shore of the ocean. I saw a reel last night about how, you know how the concern used to be like you should cut up the rings like that you get a 6-pack in, like a 6-pack of cans. You should cut those plastic rings so that like turtles don't get their heads stuck in them. We're seeing that same kind of thing happening with clothing now. There was a video of a sea lion, I think it was, and it had its head was stuck inside of the neck hole of a dress shirt, and it couldn't get it off, and so somebody cut it off. But that's the level of like fast fashion waste that we're seeing now. And like, yes, people need clothes, but we have to appreciate the fact that there's already so much clothing that exists that we should be making use of before we participate in these industries that are over producing stuff. Because we've got, I mean, these companies, it's not even, I want to be fair, it's not even just overconsumption, it's overproduction, you know? Because, you know, some of these companies like Shein and Temu, they produce stuff that never even gets put out before they throw it away. Thank you so much for hanging out, Rolling and Strolling. Great to have you here. If companies stopped making clothes, we would be fine. 100%. 100%. So definitely it's important to not support businesses like Shein and Temu. Perfectly good items get torn up rather than donated. Yeah. And I mean, it's also worth pointing out that the vehicle of donated clothing is also, there's more clothing that's being donated than can be sold to people, than can be resold. So I think trying to limit the production of brand new textiles is a good approach. Trying to reuse textiles, because there's so much textile production. At the veggie community garden, you keep finding bits of plastic. Oh no. Which sucks for your veggies because it ends up in the soil. It's brought daily by birds to use for their nests. Yeah, because they just are using what's available. That is really sad, yeah. It's hard to find someone to donate excess clothes, and a lot of places don't take the donations because they already have so many. Yeah, exactly. So that's like the donations, the thrift shops and charity shops, they cannot be what we rely on. I think that people who are doing work to improve the mechanism of recycling clothing, I feel like that's where we have to be investing in right now. And there are places where you can also mail in your clothing to them, like for them to recycle. But it's like the traditional mechanisms can't handle a lot of the types of fibers that they're getting because of the elastane. Okay, I've lost my place again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay. One more, and then it's the decreases. Try to use bundles of wool discards from your local woolen mill for crafting instead of plastic felt. Yeah, that's awesome. Like, any little thing that you can do makes a difference. So tiny, I know. The size of a single gumdrop. I like to think that this is what a junimo looks like when it's first born. Do you think junimos get born, or do you think that they just appear one day? Working in real life pixels? Oh my gosh. Luna's trying to chew on the knitting cord. These cats are so silly. Buy mill ends? Yeah, that's a great approach too, for sure. I really want to make yarn out of, like, old fabrics. But who has the time, you know? Like, fabrics that are not yarn. Like cutting up t-shirts and sewing it back together so it's a long tube. Planted. Hi, Black Cat. Need to get better about saving the little bits of yarn you snip off? Yes. You'd be amazed at how quickly you save up those scraps. Like, I already feel like I'm never going to have to buy stuffing ever again because I have so much scrap that I can just use to put inside things. That's another, okay, that's another thing I've seen people doing. They make a poof, like that you sit on, like just the cushions that you just sit out in the middle of the floor. They make a poof cover, and then they stuff the poof with old discarded clothes, and that's how they're repurposing the old clothes. So that's a great way to, like, if something is too messed up to do anything else with. Obviously, if it's stinky and soiled in some way, you don't want to be using that, but that's another option. Twitch is being mean to you? I'm so sorry, Black Cat. What's it doing to you? Your work had a contract with a company specializing in turning used textiles into insulation and other useful things, but had to stop because there wasn't enough demand. That's a shame, because that's such a good idea. Like, I think that's how we can really be making an impact, is like these companies that are coming up with these solutions, we've got to be supporting them, you know? Cut up clothes into smaller pieces to mix in with stuffing for larger items. Yep, for sure. And like sometimes too, you know how a lot of times you have issues with your stuffing peeking out between the stitches? If you line the inside of your piece with a piece of fabric in a similar color first, and then put the rest of the stuffing inside of it, or more scraps or whatever, nothing will peek out because there's that flat piece of fabric in front of it. It won't load? What the fuck? Hey, at least YouTube is there for you, right? There's all kinds of creative solutions, and I would love to see people... I think that there's so much to get passionate about in that regard, because so much of the repurposing that we can do is like very fun and interesting and creative, you know? Like, I know somebody who cuts up, well, I don't know them personally, I know their content. They cut up fabric and, or like, usually they do it with old yarn, actually, I should say that. But they cut it up and they mix it with glue, and then they make like a new, like, paper-like textile out of it for like signage and stuff. You haven't started making anything to stuff yet, but plan to in the future, so you'll keep it in mind? Yeah. And that's a great reason to, like, sort of, you know, keep old stuff on hand that you might otherwise throw out or donate, because you're like, hang on, that color looks like it would work well for a lining for this thing, you know? And it's so much cheaper than, like, buying new fabric to make a lining out of or something like that. Would that work for stuffing amigurumi? That's exactly what I'm thinking of using it for, yes. Use clothes to make quilts? Yup. That's another good one. There's so many things that you can make from old clothes that are like that. It's like embrace hanging on to that stuff, or like, you know, making use of that stuff rather than getting rid of it. Because when you start to look at it as like, oh hell yeah, now I have more fabric, because it's just fabric. I really want to, when I have the time for it, like, collect things that I think people wouldn't purchase from donations, you know? like stuff that has stains and holes in it and things like that, because I think that's the best kind of stuff. Try and work on repurposing, you know? That's the stuff that's most likely to get thrown away. Travel neck support, yeah. Perfect thing to stuff. Although some people do those, they'll stuff them with the clothes that they're actually bringing on the trip with them, and then it's more suitcase space. I think that's clever. Or like they'll put their yarn for their project inside of it. Because they don't charge you for, or they don't count it as like a carry-on or a personal item. For a car drive or a long train ride, when you want softer, yeah. And especially if you like cut it up first before you stick it in there. Okay, that was 20. I know I'm not finishing this today, but I kind of want to just get through the body, at least. And I can finish the details off stream, maybe. Okay, it's 7 o'clock now. We'll see. I'm gonna keep going for a little bit longer. Okay. 6 single crochets for every 1 decrease. We're on the decreases now, at least. These rounds will be getting shorter. Just woke up 10 minutes ago from a deep nap and the tornado did not eat you. I'm glad to hear it. That would be pretty impressive if you were coming to us live from the inside of a tornado right now. Guys, I'm in a tornado, sorry. You would share all about it if you were? Hell yeah. Guys, we got the hookup. I think I can get through this next little bit pretty quickly. I don't think this will be so bad, because it should just be decreasing every round until we're closing it up at this point. Tornadoes are a TV thing for you? Is it accurate on TV? Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. They definitely sensationalize it a bit. I think a lot of the times they make it seem like, in shows and stuff, they make it seem like you'll get like swept up and fly around inside of it. Usually it's, if you're in the direct path of the tornado, it's pretty deadly. But also sometimes not. Sometimes they just pull the roof off the house and leave you alone, so... It's a very strong wind. Think of it like that. Like, think of the strongest wind you've ever experienced and then, like, multiply it by, I don't know, 10. You'd fly? I mean... It would definitely, it can definitely sweep you off your feet. I just mean, people often think about it like, pulling you up and around and stuff like that. A lot of times it's more of like, it'll pick you up and then drop you somewhere. Fly in a bad way for sure, yeah. Depends on tornado size and wind strength. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Pulled up and slammed into something. Exactly. That's what your expectation should be. In the Midwest, and sort of like the Mid-East even, you're more likely to see like the really big, like mile-wide tornadoes. And they're usually like very dramatic, and they go really far distances. They usually aren't spinning quite as fast as they could. Where I'm from, it's like that area of the US is called Tornado Alley. I'm from an area of the US that's known as Dixie Alley, which is still very prone to getting tornadoes, but they tend to look different. So rather than this tornado a mile wide that you can see coming from really far off, that lasts for a long time, we get the tornadoes that sometimes, first of all, you'll get them in the middle of rainstorms, and then they're invisible. But they tend to come down out of the sky really quickly. They're not super wide. They're maybe like the diameter of a house or two. They'll come down, tear through a neighborhood, and then like 60 seconds later they're gone. But they're devastating. They just don't hit as wide of a path. So it's like its own thing, but it can still be very dramatic. Like invisible lightning slamming into you, but in wind. Yeah, it can be like that for sure. Like you'll be driving down the highway in the rain, and you'll get the tornado warning, and a lot of times people will try to find like a ditch to pull over in, because you know, you could be driving and then all of a sudden the car gets picked up and thrown off the road, and you would have no idea that it was coming. Reasons my wife is terrified of tornadoes. I've actually been through a tornado at her mom's house before. Because her house, it looked out over like a pasture, and so I could see the storm clouds coming from off in the distance, and I could identify there was a foot. So that's kind of the sign that a tornado is forming. It'll be like the flat clouds, and there'll be almost like this little triangular shape that'll come down out of the bottom of them. That's called a foot, and it is evidence that a tornado may be forming. So the tornado was coming down. It started to come down, like descend out of the clouds. It came over the house. At that point, we were like hiding in the bathroom with a mattress. We felt the roof try to lift off the house, just like that, as the tornado passed overhead. Fortunately, it did not hit the house. It pulled the roof off of the chicken shed, but it passed over the house and it touched down in the neighborhood across the street. I'm not going to your country. Fortunately, we don't get tornadoes everywhere. Why the bathroom? Usually, so in a tornado, you want to go to an interior room of the house that doesn't have windows if you can. So a lot of times that's the bathroom, but then also a lot of times people will get in the bathroom, because if you get in the bathtub, because you can get in the bathtub and put a mattress over your head, and then you're like you're kind of like enclosed in a vault that way. So if something, like if the roof collapses or something, you have that protection, and you're less likely to get hit by debris or something. But you'll also see people like go to interior closets and things like that, somewhere that they can enclose themselves, and the roof is not going to fall on them. Yeah. It also is like nice and dramatic for TV. In New York State, if and when we get tornadoes, they can skip and jump from hill to hill. There's also a small chance of them turning on their sides. Interesting. Cool, because tornadoes start out as a wind shear. So they kind of start out on their sides, and then how a tornado forms is a wind shear will run into. I don't perfectly remember this. This is stuff that Jess told me about. The wind shear, which is a really fast wind that's really high up in the atmosphere and it's going sideways, it'll hit a wall of air that sends it shooting downward. And that's when the tornado forms. So, in a way, they kind of start on their side. Sending a few videos of tornadoes. Just warn people that that's what they are, because I know some people are pretty phobic. Jess is very scared of tornadoes. Let's see. What stitch am I on? I got so animated that I don't know where I am. I think that was a decrease. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I think I need to decrease now. I'm not getting this fucking done. We keep stopping to talk about things, which is okay, by the way. I'm not complaining. I love that we're having good conversations. I just think that it's so funny how I can't even get this thing done. Four, 5, 6, and then I'm running out of floss again. The spoiler thing, you put that symbol on either side. Oh, it should be on, if you do it on either side of the link, it should work. Oh, is it not a link though? It's just an upload? That's fine. I think if you, when you're uploading the photo, I don't know if it'll do this on videos, but when you're uploading a photo, a little menu will come up in the top right of the photo that has the trash can, so you can remove, modify, or there's a little eye right there. It says spoiler attachment. So if you click that, it'll spoiler the video. Try that. Like, it should be after you've uploaded it to Discord, but before you hit send. Okay, you got it. Excellent. I think it's dark enough in here I can turn on my string lights. I don't know if y'all can really even properly see them, but... that's the vibe. Second video, the drone got a really good shot and how the wind shapes the funnel. Okay, awesome. Yeah, they're very interesting how they form. It's like a natural phenomenon. I do find them pretty fascinating, but they're very scary to experience in person. Nature is awfully impressive, yeah. No, I agree. It really, when you see things like that, like, it can really make you understand how, like, you know, ancient peoples believed in things like like giants and gods and all of this different stuff, because like that's how I felt the first time that I saw Mount Rainier. I was like, man, I get why people believe in giants. Like that is, I know it's just like a volcano, but like that is an entity, you know? Kimbo Rock, how are you doing today? Welcome in. The bottom flowing like that? Yeah, when they touch down, it moves so interestingly. Crocheting and cooking dinner? That's awesome. Oh wait, shit. What am I on? Did I just do a decrease or do I need to do a decrease? I think I need to do a decrease. Yeah, a lot of the like things that you'll see wind do on a small scale, it's like that's really what a tornado is. It's just like that the same movements but on a really large scale, you know. Can't get this knot. There we go. You know what? I'm gonna count. I'm gonna count and see how many decreases I owe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. So I only need one more decrease. Good. Whose birthday was today with the Earl Grey cake? I believe that was Silly Goose's husband. Yeah. They were also celebrating being cancer-free, which is incredible. Alright, so that was round 21. Yeah, extra special treat, my goodness. Okay, now we're gonna go one decrease for every 5 stitches. I love Kiri the science guy over here. Thank you for explaining tornadoes. Tornado is your middle name. One, two, three, 4, 5. Yeah, Jess was very nervous to drive through the middle of the country when we were moving because they were like, I really don't want to be out there and then see a tornado. But fortunately, we had very good weather for our trip. Learned a lot starting in elementary. I'm sure it's good for y'all to stay safe. To know a lot about it. 2, 3, 4, 5. Tornado drills, statewide siren tests every. Oh, I do not miss the siren tests. My God. Every Monday is crazy. They would do it once a month for us. Are there tornado-proof buildings? There are usually like designated shelters that are, I don't know how tornado-proof they are, but they're usually supposed to be able to withstand the tornado. Grew up really close to a nuclear proving ground and they did the siren tests every Wednesday at 9 a.m. I hate that. I hate hearing the sound. It's like, I'm good y'all are making sure the sirens work, but it's still so fucking eerie to hear. Yeah, a lot of tornado shelters will be underground too. 3, 4, 5. Because tornadoes can't really like go down. Like usually when they hit the ground, that's why you want to be in a ditch for a tornado. Is the tornado will come and it'll touch down, and then if you're below the level of the ground where they touch down, if they pass over you, they don't like come down more to come and get you. They like they'll just go over you. So if you're in a tornado, like if you get caught in a tornado, or like really close to a tornado when you're out driving, usually the advice is to get out of your car and just get down in a ditch. Gonna finish your bind off, Shy. I'll get that put in for you. So even those World War II bomb shelters are unsafe if it's a tower? I would imagine a bomb shelter is probably gonna be okay. Yeah, I don't know about towers though. They make tower bomb shelters? I've never seen that before. I need a an option to just clear these lists entirely. That would be nice. Okay, finish bind off for Shy. Lowest center point in the building, yeah. A school you teach is a Cold War era fallout shelter. Oh, I see why things are off. This is supposed to be over here. I'm like, man, I'm looking over the wrong side of the screen today. Why do I feel like I'm backwards? It's I am backwards. One, two, three, four. Definitely put something in the wrong place, but that's okay because I think I still got the correct number of decreases going. Your sirens get tested once every year. First Wednesday in May at noon. So there's a cellular version too. So like plenty of time for you to forget that that's what it is, right? Do you like have a heart attack every year? Because I feel like I would. We're getting there. Look. He's almost fully formed. It looks like a thumb cover. Every single time. Stuff him. I'm gonna do a little bit more and then I will stuff him. Alright, now we're gonna do, for every 4 stitches a decrease. We're getting there. We're picking up the pace with these rounds. Hate as a not yet diagnosed autistic kid. Oh, used to hate it. I see. Gotten better with it. Better at it with age. Yeah, I'm sure that was a lot. Loud, unexpected noise. No thanks. Now you just hate as a neurodivergent adult. Exactly. You get to be grown up and understand what's happening and still hate it. You found a photo? Wait, what is it a photo of? Oh, of the tower? Yeah. Yeah, if you want to. I don't think it, you know, hurts to be cautious. Kind of nice to know the system still works, yeah, for sure. Definitely think that it's easier to have more appreciation for stuff like that as an adult when you have more understanding of like the consequences of not having it, what that would be. Hi, Miss Agatha. You looking for lap time? Oh, you got little drool all over your mouth. Have you been sleeping with Mama? Were you snuggled up with Mama? You come up here? You can do it. Girl. The baby and angel princess is here. Okay, in the lap. Oh, it's all over my face. No, we're not gonna get on the desk right now. Thank you, though. No, we're not gonna get on the desk right now. Shit all over my face. You're so silly and stinky. No, we're not gonna get on the desk right now, but thank you. Oh, okay. We're compromising, I guess. No, we're not gonna get on the desk right now, but thank you. I will put you down if you don't behave. Ma'am? I fucking see you. Hello, Diamond Wolf. How are you doing? Doing pretty good. Dealing with the little baby. Lay down. Lay down in my lap or go on the floor. That's your options. Here we go. Just cat owner things. Agatha, I swear to God. Yeah, it's in your face, because you're not supposed to be up here. That's not for you. Come here. She said, Stream is supposed to be over. You've been doing this for too long. It's time to pay attention to me. She wants to be on stream. She can be on stream the right way or not at all. Typical cat behavior, truly. The star of every show. Little diva. That little wet nose on my arm. Okay, I think, yeah, stuffing here I think is gonna be good. I feel like it has enough shape that it's not all just gonna fall out. decrease every 3 stitches. I'm just going to start this round to kind of lock in where this yarn has joined. Do my first, well, okay. I stopped before my first decrease. Help me remember that. I'm just going to stuff with...
Gemma Star just subscribed with Prime.
Gemma Star, thank you so much for subscribing. I do appreciate that. These are not scraps from the map, but this is what I have on hand right now. I kind of want to save the scraps from the map for a specific bracelet style. Thank you, Kiri. I appreciate the reminder. Kiri's like, let me help you so that you're not here all damn day. We're only 40 minutes over time, and I'm still not gonna be able to finish this today, but I can at least get this body done. That's all I'm trying to do at this point, is just get the main part of the body done. Tininess is so deceptive. No, truly. It's because it takes more time to form each stitch, you know. Miss the Stardew Blanket due to time differences, but happy to catch this stream. Well, we're happy to have you. You know, maybe you can be here for the next project. I'll be doing Ginger Island at the beginning of September, and I think I'm going to be doing kind of a marathon. So I'll be live every day for a week. Lots of opportunities there. Okay. Yeah, we're running late today, but you know, I'm excited that we've got some new faces in here as a result, it seems like. His little fucking gumdrop. Look at him. He's just a little guy. Oh my god. Why is it so cute? It's literally just a circle. Alright, we stopped before the decrease. He's getting kind of awkward to hold on to, but that's okay. Your brownies are made? Now to focus on waking up from that barometer drop nap? Yeah. I know how that is. Anybody else get migraines when the weather changes? Yeah, it fucking sucks. It's like a specific pressure range, I feel like, for me too. Like, it'll hit me, and then I'll start to feel a little bit better, and then it'll hit Jess. Like, my partner says you're magic for doing micro crochet. Thank you so much. I'm really enjoying it, to be honest. It's definitely tricky, but I think it's very fun. This is what I did yesterday. This is day 2 of micro crochet. But this is yesterday's creation. This is Geen Bean. He hangs on my mic now. You're gonna sound old, but you feel it in your knees. Well, I 100% understand. No, I absolutely understand. Imagine your ancestors sitting out at your village sipping willow tea, watching the clouds roll around. I love that. Like, that feeling of like the clouds rolling in. There's something so alive about it, you know? You feel the weather changes mostly where you had your epidural and C-section incisions? That's gotta be an interesting feeling. Doesn't feel bad, just like a void? Interesting. I had an experience once where I had a motorcycle drive past me really fast. So it was like, you know, it made a really huge noise. And I was menstruating at the time, and the intensity of the noise, I guess just the vibrations from the sound waves, it left me feeling like I got punched in the gut. Trying not to get caught on all of the little pieces of floss inside the body now, every time I pick up a stitch. Feel the deep sounds like that in your internals too? Yeah. It was pretty wild. I haven't had an experience quite like that before or since, so I'm imagining it was just like having more fluid in my abdomen like contributed to it. Okay, I finished that round, so now we're gonna do every 2 stitches and then decrease, and I'm gonna bring in more thread here. Sometimes wonder about people you've known who had miserable periods if they had endo. I'm sure it's more common than the statistics would suggest, considering how like fucking underdiagnosed it is. Yeah, endo, PCOS, all that stuff. Uterine fibroids. You finished your bind off sock 1 is complete. Let's go. That has to feel good. And now you can wear 1 sock. This is a decrease. Okay, now it's getting tricky. Hold on. Trying not to lose this new strand. Okay, and one more, and then I can tie it off. Alright. Do two more, and that way. Need to do a decrease next. Okay. Darn sock hole one. You got it, Amo. You're having, like, the opposite journey over there from Shy. Oh, that's not what you said. You have so many socks with holes. They're just well loved. Posted your sock in project pics? Let's go see. If we have any newcomers, there is a Discord as well. It's a 16+ Discord, so you're all invited. Oh, it's so cute, Shy. What a fun color. We're so close. After stream, you'll post the sock you started for stream? Hell yeah. Okay, decrease. Oh. Trying to catch the stuffing there. Miss Agatha, we're not going to start this again. No. She's trying to sabotage me. So close. There's just so much extra floss in the way at this point. Get in there. Probably should stuff it a little bit later in the process, I think that I could. Just poke it down with the back of my hook and be okay. Oh my gosh. Get in there! It's like so soft that it just runs away from me when I try to poke my hook through it. There we go. Gotta sacrifice my finger to get the hook through. Okay. We're so close. Okay, one decrease to every one stitch now. All right. And then a decrease every time. Second to last round here. Might need to poke in a little bit more stuffing at this point. Actually, before I do that, just a tiny bit. No, 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 no. You stay down. Not the stinky breath, my god. Agatha's trying to sabotage me. Ugh. Keep your stinky breath to yourself. I can't believe that this junimo is just showing whole on stream for free. Okay. You're getting down. You've been warned. gonna make sure he's nice and well stuffed. Junie pants. That hole is precise. It looks like an itty bitty cake of yarn like that. Yeah, it really does. Let me see here. Do I want it to be more stuffed than... I think I do. I think I want a little bit more. I think it can take it. It can take more. Especially because this floss doesn't have stretch to it, so I'm not really gonna... Miss Agatha. Now don't start doing that. No. No. I know you're so cute. But you're disruptive. Guys, I think we can get more. Well, maybe that's enough. Yeah, we're gonna call it there. He's gotta be a little bit squishy. He can't be too stiff, you know? Okay. Now she wants to go outside. You need to go outside, Miss Eka? Let me open the window for you? There you go. Be free. She does not go outside, she just goes on the enclosed porch, by the way. She definitely cannot survive in the wild. Micro Nemos for the other deadly sins. In every color of the rainbow, exactly. Pride Junimos. Okay, and then the last little bit to close him up. think I'm gonna do this with my needle, because I think that's gonna be less annoying. Okay, he's all closed up. And then leave a long tail. Use the tail to weave through the remaining stitches. Pull tight and make a knot to secure. Push your needle with the tail still attached into the body of the junimo, up through the middle of the head. Move one stitch over and come back down to the bottom and make a knot. This will sculpt the little dip in the head where the stem will be attached. Now that's a junimo. See how he's got the little divot going now? He's got a little bit of that like more of like a marshmallow shape rather than just being perfectly circular. Tie that off. Donut hole indeed. And stick that back through to cut the tail. At last! When are you gonna do the rest? You're so excited having seen Keen Bean. I was thinking I might just finish him off stream because next week we're supposed to be doing macro crochet, but I suppose I could finish him up next week, right before, if we wanted. If y'all want to see me finish him. Stretch break, thank you. Because there's not that much more to do, so... You're still live? I know, Zephyr. It took forever. Look, this is all your fault for getting me distracted with the potatoes. Don't you need a snack or something? Yo, yeah, I'm not finishing them up right now, for sure. Yeah, I definitely need to be done for today. I could either do it just off stream and then next week we do macro crochet, or I could finish him off finish him next week on Thursday. Or what did I say? Exactly. I need to be done. We will figure it out later. How about that? I'll post about it in the Discord. You were waiting on a picture of him? That's because this is what I have. I just got here. Let me turn this light off now. You can see how dim it's getting in here. I have this little pink marshmallow. That's what I have. He's got a little divot in the top. He is indeed squishy. We should name him Marshmallow. I love that. We can name him Marshmallow. Alright. Marshmallow will be whole soon. But not today. Bye-bye, Zephyr. So I'm gonna find somebody for us to raid. And we're gonna call it a stream. Thank y'all so much for sticking it out with me, especially for that extra hour. I really appreciate it. But you know, I'm glad that I got that bit done, because definitely wanted to leave on a good stopping point, you know? Thank you for all the education. Absolutely. Thank you for asking questions. I appreciate that from you. Alrighty, let's see here. Let's go see Rollstat. 2-year stitching anniversary? Hell yeah, let's go over there. Posted the sock progress and project pics? Absolutely. Oh yes, also I should say, tomorrow I will be doing a dramatic reading, the second dramatic reading of the Cleliot fic. So don't forget, if you want to come listen, that will be in the Discord. That's a Discord exclusive. But yes, let's, if you would like to participate in the raid, just like Kiri has shown there, you can do so by typing evil raid accompanied by your evilest looking emotes, whatever is available to you. And I will see y'all tomorrow in the Discord, and then Sunday back here on Twitch and YouTube for more of the cursed JoJo run. Until then, goodbye!